Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Цю таке чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще. Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. Епіцентр соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду Реал Мадрид став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання: як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе. Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудо, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ЮА» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну
Запрошуємо на сцену.
So we would like to invite the moderator of the panel. Please welcome Vasil Khmelnytsky. Good morning, good morning, dear colleagues. I'm pleased to welcome you at Kyiv International Economic Forum today. It's a double pleasure for me to see you today because last year we didn't have the Economical Forum going. And our panel today is about the change of the leadership in the 21st century. And I would really gladly welcome my colleagues at this panel. Please welcome the founder of the Alpha Group Consortium, Mikhail Friedman. And please welcome the partner and CEO of BlaBlaCar, Nicolas Brusson. Dear colleagues, you know, the world is changing in the fastest pace. The new technologies are changing our companies, are changing the sectors of economy, and changing countries. And first of all, the new world is changing people. And today I wanted to talk to you and my colleagues of how can we be successful in our today's world. And I wanted to speak about how the leadership and managerial models are changing as well. Because, you know, through my experience as an entrepreneur, I have recalled the companies 10, 15 years ago who had a lot of money, who have used innovation, but right now we don't have these companies and we don't have the heads of these companies as well. So I wanted to ask our speaker how they, in the scope of these years, have still preserved their leading positions and what are the leadership models that will work in the future. Mikhail, let's start with you. Thank you very much. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here and thank you very much for inviting me because, you know, this question is a global question overall. And in those kind of dramatically changing world, everything changes, just as the managing and administrative models as well. I believe that we are now coming to an era where basically the most important change that is going to happen, those are going to be the changes understanding that this opportunity of the small group of people armed with modern technologies, I can't even say in the couple of last decades, in just last 15, 20 years, we have increased our opportunity, multiplied them. Right now, a small group of people already shows a very important business unit because of internet, because of other things as well. What does it lead us to? It leads to this idea that we have a different managerial structure rising. I would say that it's a horizontal structure made in cells. If I would shift a little bit to our further discussion, I hope that it's not just that we've had the useful pyramid when we've had the top manager sitting there at the top of all of the administrative structure. And the main task was to collect information, aggregate the information at the highest level, to aggregate the information, create a decision, made a solution, and delegate it then to the bottom. But right now, the managers was about to create this decision that has been provided top to the bottom. So right now there is a change of this traditional model, the traditional model that has aged for thousands of years, because this model of hierarchy has existed since the times of the ancient Egypt, I would say. But it's now a completely different model rising up. There is a very small group of people who represent them as a separate cell. They have to collaborate with the other groups, and the other cells build on some certain business logic or due to some common business logic. They have made some arrangements on the level of, commercially beneficial relations. They are building their network of communication and joint work. And the function of the top management in this case was to set out the general common goals, to set out some of the motivations, to set out some of frames, to create the environment for the effective collaboration of those cells. Just to simplify that, because I can say that instead of managers, we now have, micro entrepreneurs coming on. So right now we can see that this kind of a flexible structure that is made of different number entrepreneurial cells is much more effective than the traditional corporate structure when we used to have this top-down structure of managers who mostly managed and administered the process. Right now, you don't have to administer that. You have to set up the general frame and create the general motivation and support some certain functionality like brand functionality to create some strategies, some other financial consolidations possibly. But basically, each and every out of those smaller structures, those small and flexible cells, they have to work under the framework of their commercial logics and their business interests. So I believe that this change of this managerial culture, we don't have the managers now, we have the entrepreneurs coming into that. So, there is the difference between the managerial and entrepreneurial culture. There is a tectonic shift happening because, this traditional corporate thinking in this very, old-fashioned understanding, meaning of this word that's, it's made in a different way. It's not about being entrepreneurial. What's the difference between the entrepreneur and manager? For entrepreneur, the profit is much higher, is much more important than the risks. For the managers, it's vice versa. Risks prevails over the profits. So in the system of the big corporations, and I'm just mentioning it as an assumption, the corporation structure is built on the idea that the managers, they're first of all thinking of not making a decision that they will be punished for. The entrepreneurial logic is completely different. They are much more eager to take risks than to averse the risks. So I think that this phase of shift has started. Most of the modern companies, they're moving into this direction, but of course it's really hard to make this transition for the people, and of course for those people who will not make this transition, they will have this destiny that Vasil has said, they will leave the businesses quite possibly. But the new flexible structures, the disruptors so-called, they have already received a very competitive advantage because from the very beginning they're using their genotype in their entrepreneurial approach. So this is going to be the most important struggle. The new young company is flexible and agile, but no capital. And the big companies who have enough capital, who have enough resources to transit, to shift themselves, but it will require a lot of efforts and time for them. Thank you. Thank you. Nicola, I have a separate question for you because basically I do believe that you're an old friend from our forum. Last time you have visited us 2 years ago, as far as I remember, and your company was $1 billion worth. Now you have $2 billion worth. So what are the changes? I know that you've introduced some new products. I know that you're not just sharing your business, you're already starting to develop an ecosystem. You already have buses, you already have more fleets. What are the new models that you're using? How you grow that fast? Maybe we'll join you as well.
Thanks. So maybe before I jump onto that, just to react to the first question, just very quickly, if you look at the evolution of the market, 10, 20 years ago, I think we looked at startups and this whole ecosystem as something pretty small happening in Silicon Valley, and it was like, it was a small thing that big corporates would look at with interest, maybe as M&A targets. Today, I think it's pretty clear that this startup culture is becoming increasingly the norm, and most big companies are trying to do that. And to me, the two things that I see actually as a main change is, and you touched on that, is sense of purpose, vision. So essentially, I think most big corporates today struggle attracting talent, and talent are very rare, especially technical talent, because they lack the narrative, the brand narrative, or the company stories, the sense of purpose, whether it's on social issue or environmental issue or anything else. And they struggle. So today, if you Airbnb, it's easier to hire than if you are Hilton. If you BlaBlaCar, it's easier than if you are, the rail operator, just because the brand narrative is more appealing. And the other thing is ownership. What we find is that many of our employees and startup employees care about owning a piece of the business. So they want to be co-owners and hence co-entrepreneurs of the business. And I think that's the change we're going to see. And either companies are going to, large corporates are going to reform themselves, or they're going to be in trouble. And they're going to be in trouble because they'll struggle to attract the top talents. And over time, if you cannot attract top engineers and top talent, you struggle. Then when it comes to BlaBlaCar, so I hope every time I come, the valuation goes up. So I'll try to come every 2 years, and if it's a proxy for the valuation to go up, I'll come back. No, you're right. Essentially, what we've done is we expanded from being a carpooling platform, where essentially drivers driving their car can share their car with other passengers going the same way, to becoming more of what we call a multimodal platform. And essentially, what we realized is, thanks to BlaBlaCar, we attract close to 100 million people on a global scale. 8 million people in Ukraine have signed up to BlaBlaCar. And we realized we have this very strong captive audience or loyal audience of people essentially wanting to travel with an app by booking a seat in a car. And it felt pretty natural for us to expand essentially by offering more than cars and offering buses specifically. And we've acquired a company called Bus4, and we started to integrate and work with bus operators and the very large intercity bus market, which is roughly like $1 billion in Ukraine, and become the platform where you can find cars and buses. And now we're doing that at a global scale. So essentially we're expanding not just by adding more countries, we're expanding by adding more supply to the platform and becoming this broader go-to marketplace for road or ground transport, essentially.
You know, and my next question is connected in basically engaging talents is important, but also retain talents is important. What do we see right now? There is a conflict between the owners of the company, the managers of the company, and the employees. Many companies in these 2 years have switched to the remote work mode. People like it, managers like it, employees like it, they sit at home, it's comfortable, less effective. As an owner, I understand this, less effective. I see Google has bought a new office and they just didn't wanted everyone to start working remotely. They want everyone to get back. Because when we communicate with one another, when we have arguments, we're searching for some solutions and we work in a more effective way. But then the question comes, Mikhail, what do you see? What is the future model for the work of companies? Remote work, mixture, whether we'll be working in-house. So what is going to be the effective work model for the future? Well, you know, this is kind of the question. The time will show the right answer to this question. But I do believe that the conflict between the owners and the employees of the enterprise, I do believe that this is a conflict. You know, this is a positioning conflict. It's always existed and it always will be there in some measure, but it's just about how you manage this conflict. So, by the way, these new models that we have spoken about and that we have spoken with Nicola as well, and when we have spoken about this entrepreneurial structures, when they are creating some kind of a big system altogether, I do believe that in some ways when you're making these entrepreneurial structures, this conflict can be taken down because it gives the certain motivation for the people, because this small cell, it has to be very, very close to entrepreneurship. It's not just about salary, it's about bonuses as well. I think it's a joint practice right now and common practice, like you provide this profit sharing or to give some shares for the employees as well. The more people become entrepreneurs, the better it will be, because they will become the co-owners. You know, this feeling of ownership that Nicola has mentioned as well is important, is essential, because it will grow as well. It will increase the additional motivation for the people because they own it as well. Speaking on the distant and remote working, I have a different position that I do believe as any kind of a new technological solution and any kind of a solution for the life of humanity, we had a lot of cases like this, it doesn't mean that it fully takes down the previous options of work, but it just means that it will coexist peacefully, at least for some amount of time. When the gasoline has been created, people believe that the coal will die off really fastly. Coal is still alive. Even though, you know, the story of coal mining is more than 100 years old already, hundreds of years old. So, and it still exists, and it coexists with oil and with gas, and they coexist with alternative sources, energy sources. So I do believe we'll still have the remote work and the office work as well. From my experience in the recent times, the work in the office for some things, especially for some innovative things, for the innovation, and for some innovative solutions, working in office is much more effective because people are very emotional. They need this physical contact inside of their company with their partners so that they would have some really new steps made. Because working remotely, at least in my feeling, it gives you the opportunity to keep on the some certain level, which is just maintaining work. It helps you to maintain the certain technological level, but I'm not sure it will be able to provide the breakthroughs. It will not provide the innovation. Yes, the world is changing. We'll find the different ways to do that. But from the other point, I do believe that working remotely, it creates a lot of benefits for the employees because it's a more comfortable environment. There's no need, especially for the big cities, there's no need to commute, because people spend a lot of time for the transportation, for commuting. They might have more time for their families, for their friends and relatives, so on and so forth. It can take the different of transportation. It can help us with the environment. People will start to live in a healthier places. They will not live in the so-called, people hubs that is currently being called, because, it's a very very important work. So basically what I would say that we have pros and cons on this too, on both of those formats, and I do believe that they will find a different combination in the end, and depending on the type of the activities for the people, depending on the activities, it will change. For example, the call centers, you have no reason to actually have people working, if the call centers for the multiple international companies, they are located in India, for example, it doesn't really matter where you are located in. So whether you're working remotely with no office, or whether you're working in India, whether you outsource it, depending on the activity type, the share of remote work will be higher or lower. But of course, if this type of work, it's not just the reflection of the pandemic and the outcome, it's just a very natural change. I believe that. Nicola, the same question to you about the remote work and the indoor office work, but I would like to give you a little bit of data as well. I agree that it depends on the sector, but still, your business is connected to IT, so it means that IT professionals are in high demand for your businesses. And people in Ukraine work a lot remotely in Ukraine. 50% of IT people in Ukraine who work remotely, they work on 2 jobs. It will be less effective. So how do you see this resolution of this problem? Because you believe that this person might work for you, but you actually have half an employee for you.
To go back and check. No, I might be surprised now. No, I think people are looking for flexibility, right? I think that's clearly, if you look at developers, engineers, and anyone specifically in the younger generation, they're looking for more flexibility. As a company, you give flexibility, you're also asking for performance, right? So you need to be smarter at the way you measure results and you measure performance, because you have less direct contact, I guess. But today you have lots of tools to do that. It's interesting for us because we've already had a lot of flexibility pre-COVID. So people could work like 2 days a week actually from home. So it was already there. So it just accelerated that trend. But the funny thing is the old working from home during the COVID phase for us was not traumatic at all. It happened pretty naturally because we were already doing it. And essentially what it means is you need to rethink your office space. So I don't believe, to be short, I don't believe the office are going to disappear. I think the social importance of the office, of people connecting every now and then, working in a room, doing brainstorming, doing casual discussion, which you don't do on a Zoom. It tends to be very transactional, not very brainstorming. You need people to connect, and the office can be that space. But you need to provide more flexibility. You need to rethink the office space. You need to rethink the way you measure results. So I think having very clear measurements, OKR, in your company is going to become very critical, because the old style, I would say, management of you're getting people in a room, seeing people at the office, it's going to become tricky or impossible. And on the flip side, if you refuse that, and if you say, no, I'm going to bring everybody back to the office, I think today, at least in my world, you don't hire. You don't find talents. It doesn't work. So you need to adapt and have this flexible model where your office space has to be thought through again. You need to rethink the office space. the method of management have to be adapted. And again, I think it gives an edge, to your point earlier, to sort of the new disruptive companies, because they were already kind of working like that. And more traditional companies rely a lot more on physical presence, and for them it's more of a hard transition they're going to have to go through. But I think it's unavoidable. Will people go back to the office? Yes. So I think there is probably a phase of overhype right now where we believe like everything is going to go remote and people are never going to come back to the office. I don't believe that. By the way, when we reopened the office in Paris, lots of people came back and it was like, they said like, wow, I have so much energy going back to the office. So I think we're going to be in this hybrid mode. And essentially you need to have like the right management tools, software tools, performance measurement tools in your company if you want to essentially perform as a company in this new in this new environment.
So, by the way, Nicolas, I want to thank you because the last forum when we met Nicolas, he has invited us to his office as well. 20 people. We went to study into his office and he has told us about the new trends, about the new approaches. Thank you very much for that. You know, I like really working in office and I would come to that, but right now I think I'll do it 70 by 30. Okay, the next question. The next question, it is a very interesting question for me because 20 years ago we used to know that the competitors is our nemesis, our enemy. We fight with them, they're taking our profits off, they're taking our money off, and it was clearly for us the struggle for survival. Right now I understand that the competitor is not your enemy. You can find the joint grounds. For example, if I produce products in Ukraine, but I have my competitor in Poland, the world is global, we can join our efforts, we can buy materials cheaper for each other, we can go to the joint market. There can be a synergy. In your opinion, has the competition changed in the modern world? Mikhail, let's start with you. You know, I think that the nature of the competition hasn't changed, I believe. You know, the nature of the relationship between the different companies has changed, though. Because basically, as you have already said, that the world is now global, and I believe that one of the most important trends is something that is happening right now in the service integration. And if before that we have understood that bank is a place where you go when you need some money, and the shop is the place when you go when you need some goods, so right now everything is integrated. And right now, everything is starting to become an integrated platform. So I think that the competitors now see the partnership models. And so starting of this, managerial structure in developing those smaller entrepreneurial cells, they have to be collaborating with one another. They have to have these partnership relations with one another. They have to have the mutual benefits. They shouldn't be just connected with the administrative grounds, if I may say that. So I do believe that considering this global process of integration and the flatter way of working with your corporate structure, the partnership culture is going to grow better, is going to grow more important. People will first of all see the opportunity for partnership. Even if you're dealing with the same businesses, like the examples that you have given, those are geographically different businesses. Ukraine and Poland, those are two completely different countries and two completely different markets. And in this case, you can develop partnership. But, you can't change the human nature if you're in the same business, in the same place, under the same conditions. Of course, you're gonna be competitors. I can't say enemies, no, but I would say that you are still aiming for very same share of the market, and you're going to be continuing fighting one another with all of the available measures for you. Nicolas, what do you think about your businesses, competitors or partners?
Yeah, it really depends. I think you have two types of complexity. You have one that's being global, like most companies today aspire to be more global. And it turns out that the business model or the positioning you have in a market can be different when you go international. So you might have like slightly different positioning. So the nature of partners and competitors in your core market and in the next market or a market like further down the road for you might change. And also like the value chain and distribution, in our case, can change between markets. So I'll give you a practical example of that. We started with BlaBlaCar, we create our own thing in a way. So we create our own network of cars by allowing millions of drivers to share their empty seats. Initially, trains, buses see us as competition. They're like, oh my God, there is the new kid in town, is building a new transport network based on empty seats in cars. They have no infrastructure, they have no cost in the infrastructure. It's all online distribution, and just like 50 guys in an office in Paris start to transport millions of people. So initially, they saw us as competition, and then if you look at where we are today, we work with like thousands of bus operators in Ukraine, in Brazil, in Poland, in Russia, and we become like a mean of online distribution, and we help them transform the distribution from offline sales to online sales. In France and in Western Europe, we operate our own bus network. So we have like a branded BlaBlaCar bus network. We work with SNCF, which is the national rail in France. So you realize that over time, essentially what we brought was more, sure, like a new mode of transport, but also a new appealing way to distribute transport online. And then you end up partnering, and to some extent, it's sort of called co-opetition, like you cooperate, but you compete to some extent. But at some point, like you build a bigger pie together. So for us, it's like 5 years ago, if you were talking to a train operator or a bus operator, they would say, BlaBlaCar is bad for me. BlaBlaCar is competition. Today, they would say, oh, BlaBlaCar is my online distribution partner. So it has changed, because people understand that the mode of consumption and this offline to online shift is unavoidable, and we are like here to essentially help build software for these partners and essentially a software play across the industry.
So we can be both competitors and the partners at the same time. Good. So, Mikhailo, a professional question for you, because Ukraine were the country that depends on the energy carriers a lot. And multiple futurologists, they say that in the future, 10 or 20 years from now, we will have no oil, we'll have no gas, we'll just have green energy developing. I have been to a forum 3 years ago while we've had different fuel production shells and other representatives on the panel. I was really interested in whether that's real. They've said that yes, we're also working with green energy, but it's just 7% of overall profit. We know that the amount of people is growing, the need of the oil, the energy resources is increasing, and right now I see that the demand is increasing, the prices have spurred up. Your perspective for gas and oil for the next 20-30 years? If we have been sitting at the Alternative Energy Forum, then they will say that they will overcome everyone in a few years. But I believe that this is a very ambitious thing to say. I do believe that, that the truth is somewhere in the middle, as it always goes. I do believe that if we speak about due to economic and some other reasons, we have now got into a period where we have this transformation of the energy market as well. And I would say that the non-economical reasons, they play an important role just as the economical reasons as well. So that's all connected to the environmental issues and the governmental collaboration overall as well. So I believe that the trend for decreasing the non-restorable sources of energy is very strong, and it will continue progressing. Whether it will be fast in its development, well, I do believe that it's not going to happen in the fastest pace, because I've given you already an example that coal, that I think is the least effective and the most environmentally harmful, but it is still a tremendous source of energy for multiple countries, for China, for India. And basically, just to say that a couple of years it will all change, I don't think it has any grounds. I don't think it will be just irresponsible from our side to say that it will change so significantly. What we will see, though, we will see a couple of things. That first of all, the consumption of oil will decrease, because we will try to substitute it. We will try to substitute the cars with the gas engines to the e-cars, because basically oil is mostly connected to the gas consumption. I think that the consumption of gas will not decrease. The natural gas consumption will not decrease. It will grow. I do believe that the alternative energy sources will be increasing as well, the technology will improve, and there will be in some way competitive towards the pricing. So I hope that their share will grow as well. And the taxes regime that the companies all over the world they have, that will stimulate this development, and they will stimulate the basically the non-carbon sources of energy. I hope as well that overall I would say that the companies that produce oil and gas, they will not be very popular, but they will exist and they will still earn money in some significant times yet. I'm not sure, because there might be some revolutionary technologies coming up and maybe everything is going to be changed really fast, but I do believe that right now it will be not change. And another important issue, I do believe that the companies that are working with the fossil fuels and the non-restorable, not renewable energies, they will be working with this carbon neutrality story as well. So they will try to compensate this damage that they cause to the environment by finding some other solutions as well. This is something that is working right now in the big public companies, because the biggest part of their share and their income, they will be built in a different way. They will be working as the tobacco industry. No one loves it, but it earns a lot of money because, there is still quite a big army of people who smoke. But in the same time, that money are being partly spent for healthcare as well, and for some really good things happening as well. So I think this is how the oil and gas market will be built on. The big companies, the consolidated structures of the big companies with an income that the greatest part of it is going to be used for the restoration of the environmental balance. Still, I do believe that the consumption, especially the gas consumption, the natural gas consumption, will grow but will not downfall. Nicola, I have a very complex question to you, a very challenging one. I work in Ukraine. I own a company. I earn averagely, for example, $70 million. Like in the 3 years, we would averagely 70 million. So I understand my worth. I multiply it by 6. I think that I have been with Europe, I would multiply it by 10. So my company costs $420 million. Your company worth $2 billion. I have a question. How much profit do you earn, and when your shareholders will receive their dividends?
Yeah, that's a good question. They ask me all the time. No, look, I think it's interesting to think of valuation, and for early stage companies, and when you take like a non-linear path to value creation, it's very hard to value a company in the early days, because if you apply anything traditional, which is like multiple of something, multiple of revenue or discounted cash flow, it does not make any sense, or it depends on what you put in the model. So today, the way to think of not just us, but I guess many companies in the space that create value is, what's the potential impact and what's the size of the industry you're actually disrupting or changing, or what's the evolution of that? And if you look at the overall market, we in 22 countries, we have close to 100 million people signed up to the service. And we make a choice in the early days not to monetize early, right? So we decide to create usage, create the brand, create trust in the community in such a way that until actually very recently, we made 0 revenue in Ukraine. Yet we have 8 million people signed up. We transport millions of people on a monthly basis in the country. And obviously, over time, we know how to monetize that, and we know how to generate revenue on that. So to some extent, it's a bet on the future, but today you need to look at usage and the prospect of monetization and the underlying industry and the size of the underlying industry you are disrupting. Having said that, if I take a step back, not just on BlaBlaCar, but if you look at the overall tech industry, people talk about is there a bubble, or are things overvalued? And I think sometimes we make the mistake of looking at past crises, like the dot-com bubble or the financial debt crisis, and say something like that is going to happen again. And what we've learned, at least for me, having seen 2 crises, it's never the same. So the next crisis is going to be something different, and it's not going to be the dot-com bubble, and it's not probably going to be like the Lehman Brothers crash. And today, what's happening, or at least the way I think of it, is the startup model of venture capital has extended to much larger companies, much larger amount, and even public market. And what it means is you have lots of noise, and you have like a very widespread of outcome in the investments taking place today. Just like in early stage venture capital, if you think of early stage venture capital, you might get like 1 or 2 companies doing like 10, 20, 50x return on investment, and you have 4 or 5 doing 0. Before it was again like very small investment, private, very Silicon Valley focused 10, 20 years ago. Today we do that at much larger scale, and what we'll see is I've had lots of companies getting like crazy valuation that will not succeed today, for sure. I've had some great companies that will 10x, 20x, 50x today, given the importance of tech and software and internet across the industry, for sure, right? So it's just like, I don't think we're in a bubble per se. I don't think valuations are on average completely crazy, but I think you'll have like disastrous outcome in some cases and fantastic outcome in some other cases, just at much bigger scale than the venture capital industry was 10, 20 years ago.
Николя, я вообще не думаю, что...
Nicola, I don't think that you're a bubble, basically, but I just wanted to make you an offer because your company has already been monetized. It costs a lot. I have income. Let us merge and we will share our shares 50-50. You will have a successful company and good monetization. But think about it. If you will not agree, I will offer Mikhail the same. So you have to think about that as well. You know, we have this desire to work together as well. But yes, but thank you. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. And I wanted to also cover some of the overall questions that would be interesting for everyone. What are the new trends that you see? What are the new niches that the businesses can go to and earn some money? And what are the trends that are being dying off? Like people are still working with that, but the trends will decrease. So what are your ideas, Mikhail? The global things that are interesting to all of us. Well, you know, I think that's I can't say something very original about that. You know, the trends is about the new technologies rising. And the new technologies are coming replacing the previous technologies available. And we can see that the world is changing in the fastest pace possible. We have just entered the stage of this commercial usage of internet, because if you will analyze it in a way, so how did we got all of these disruptions coming on? That was just in a way commercializing those tech solutions that have been created 35 years ago. So basically we have started to make these first steps to commercialize something that we created 30 years ago. So basically, speaking on the trends will be that every business, especially the consumer segments, not just the consumer segments as well, but all of the businesses, they're going to be transforming, they're going to be optimizing themselves. They're going to become more effective by using those opportunities that the internet and technologies offer them. It's really hard for me to identify some specific segments because we're dealing with the banking businesses, on retail or insurance businesses. We have a lot of different businesses in the different countries all over the world. And we have seen the overall trends. All of the consumers' businesses, they're fastly changing. If we will sum it up for the consumer businesses, they will step out from the businesses that can be described by certain consumption groups to individual businesses. In some times, in some decades, all that the people will consume, they will consume individually. And basically, right now, all of the, like, for example, some of the companies, they're not considering people in the north. We will get into the stage when everything that is going to be consumed by the people, services, products, food, whatever, it will have a very specific individual character. That will be like specifically individually tailored products, no matter what kind of product that will be. So for me, this is the global trend and the global tendency I wanted to outline. So this is what we have to invest into. Nicola, if I will speak about the future, then, I really like reading books, the futurologist books of how the world is going to change, driverless cars. But in real life, I see that everything changes really slowly. In my industrial parks, I have my partners that are buying the equipment that will substitute the human labor, and it's much more effective than people. So slowly, the world is changing into this direction. Can you tell us, how do you see your future customer? If the futurologists say right now that the person of the future is a lonely person, jobless person who is at home, uses a lot of gadgets, and lives in the virtual world, they will not commute, they will not use cars and transport. What is your niche in the future?
So it's something I don't believe in, to be honest. I think today what you see out of the COVID crisis is people restart to travel a lot. I think you have something that sometimes people define as the experiential economy. And that's where you would think like of companies like us and Airbnb and so on that create that experience. So will we live in a world where people actually don't go on weekend, don't commute? I mean, maybe don't commute, but don't go on weekend, don't travel, don't go on a holiday? I don't believe that. I think that's going to keep on increasing. It kept on increasing pre-COVID. COVID has been an accelerator of trends. So working from home was already there pre-COVID. It accelerated that. Things like people not going to the cinema, it was already started pre-COVID. It was accelerated by COVID and so on and so on. If I look at the trend of people traveling on weekends, doing staycation, going on holiday, it was not decelerating pre-COVID. It was accelerating. It was being democratized by more and more cheaper cost of transport and so on and so on. So I think it's going to accelerate. The trend that's interesting for us, so the long-term future trend, which I think is one of the big themes relating almost to the previous question, is the transformation of the car, right? So if you think of when the first time the Ford T came along, it was like a massive revolution. It took like decades for people to buy car, and the car was the symbol of freedom, and you could go anywhere, and you could go on holiday, and you could go to work, and da-da-da. The next like 10, 20, 30 years, I don't know how long it's going to take, I think we'll see a fundamental transformation of the car. And it's happening already. It's just slow because it's such a big thing. It embarks so many jobs, so much money. But essentially the car will become electric. It's happening. Like look at Tesla, look at like car manufacturers, but it's going to take time. It's going to become like a piece of software. It's going to become autonomous. Again, it's happening. It's just the very beginning. And it's going to be shared. Because a world where essentially you use your car alone and you don't monetize those empty seats doesn't make any sense. And by the way, the second one, the fact that the car is going to become a piece of software, highly connected, very safe and driving itself, is going to make it a lot more shareable because suddenly it's not really a personal, unreliable space where you don't know if the driver has a driving license. You don't care. The car is driving itself, so it's a lot more shareable. So I think that trend is going to probably carry us because obviously like Elon Musk is doing electric, Elon Musk is doing essentially autonomous. I hope we can take a piece of shared and that's what we're doing. So I think it's one of the big trends we're sitting on for the future. It's the transformation of the car, and I think it's if you look at like the industry or the economy of countries like France and Germany, it's so heavy in the economy of these countries that if they don't embark in that electric and autonomous car journey, we will lose as Europe, for example, against the US. To me, it's a fundamental shift of value that's going to go from hardware to software yet again.
В современном мире
In the contemporary world, I have seen another trend of creating ecosystems, and we've tried to create the same in Unit City. We're building and creating an ecosystem where businesses and the entrepreneurs can grow faster if they will work outside of the ecosystem. We created the co-workings, accelerators, schools, and this makes the process cheaper and help you to develop faster. In your opinion, the companies can create their own ecosystem, so they should be a part of certain different ecosystems to be more successful. What ecosystem is for you? I don't really like the word ecosystem. It has many different meanings and it has been overused. I do believe what ecosystem is, in my idea, is the integration of different types of services. And I will give you a simple example. Before, people used to I don't know, people used to go to buy furniture. They went to a shop, a physical shop. They went to a physical shop, they looked at the furniture, they kind of liked it, and they have considered that. At the very beginning, they thought, I have to take a loan from the bank to buy it. The next thing they thought, I have to order a logistics company, they will deliver it to my home. Then I will have to find the people who will collect this furniture. If it's expensive, I should insurance that as well. All of those actions presupposed applying to different counterparties. You had to go to the bank, you have to call. So basically, ecosystem, in my sense, when the person doesn't go to the physical shop, but it goes to the virtual shop, for example, they consider what they want, they take a look at the furniture that they need, and basically, the seller offers the full scope of services. They offer them to have a loan for this furniture, I don't know, or maybe to do the pay in parts. They are providing you the delivery, they're providing you the insurance, they guarantee the usage of it, so on and so forth. It doesn't mean that this virtual shop that the client has used, it doesn't mean that the shop is doing all of that on their own. This is something that stays behind the trunk. So this maybe we see that the financial support is provided by some banks. And we have seen that sometimes these financial models is these unseen financial structures that finance the suppliers of the services or the suppliers of the products. It doesn't mean that it has to be the transportation companies or whatever that is already inside of this so-called ecosystem. That's what ecosystem is about for me. That's an integrated, simplified services. How do you build the relations inside? Whether they are owned by the very same group of people, or whether that's about partnership, and this is partly referring to your questions, whether you should build your own ecosystems or you should get inside of the existing. I do believe that you can do both. I would say what is important, that every separate part of those services, it has to be on par to the best alternative offers. Because if, for example, the financial conditions that the seller of the furniture is offering will be worse than the people can get in the bank, the people are not going to use that. If, for example, the transport services are going to be slower or are going to be worse, then people are not going to be using that. This ecosystem only works when all of the services provided, all of the services included into this chain is not worth than the alternative. Then the people will win in speed, in convenience. Overall, I'm always giving this example when we're talking about this topic. Take a look at the Apple, a colossal ecosystem. We are all in some way the hostages of all of it. Actually, practically everyone here, I don't think, more than 80% of people using Apple, I guess, in this audience. But what I believe that it is a very powerful ecosystem. A powerful ecosystems of the services. Take a look at it. That's very interesting because Apple, for example, has introduced FaceTime as video conference decision earlier than any others. I think that the people who are here, they might not be using FaceTime than WhatsApp. People use WhatsApp more or Telegram for the video connections. I don't know, Signal, whatever is your preferable choice. Even though, why not? Why not use that? Because it seems like it's quite convenient to use in the framework of the same system. The same thing about Apple Music and Spotify. Apple Music, you would believe, should have one for the people who are loyal to Apple. But it's not like this. Spotify is actually it takes the leadership position. Why that happens? Because the quality of the Spotify, the way the quality of WhatsApp is twice as good as what Apple does, and that's enough. That's enough for the people to press a different button and to get outside of the Apple infrastructure and started using a different service. And this is a very important moment about it. I call it as a super app. this is like a super app ecosystem. Super app, that is basically the composition of super services offered to you. Every single service has to be super, and then you can be the good ecosystem. Nicola, the same question to you, because you're building all your own ecosystem. You see that as a benefit, as an advantage. What do you think of that?
I think it's neither benefit or advantage. I think you need to, at least for us as a company, you need to understand what you need to be good at and what is your secret sauce. And essentially it tells you what you should build internally. And then there is like, what are your customers? What are the intent? What do they want? What are they looking for? And then you can build like a broader solution with partners. So for example, what it means for us is building carpooling we had to do. So we've built the technology, the product to enable drivers to share their car, to create safety in the community, to create trust in the community. That was our secret sauce. So we've done that. And then you realize essentially you have passengers on one side, drivers on the other side. Passengers want to go from A to B. That's what they fundamentally express. Sometimes by using carpooling, sometimes another mean of transport. So then we need to work with partners and essentially say, okay, they also want intercity bus. They also want maybe a train. So maybe one day we need to integrate train partners. Now, are we going to start building trains and becoming a train operator? Are we going to start like becoming like a bus operator? In most cases, obviously not. So in countries like Ukraine, for example, obviously not. You have like a massive intercity bus network already. And what we can provide is software to partner with them, help them essentially distribute on our platform. What we do for the passenger is we deliver that promise through a mix of building and partnering. So essentially we offer, hey, here are all the options for you to go from city A to point B. You can book a seat in a car, you can book a seat in a bus. So that's one thing we do. On the driver side, if you think of fundamentally what a driver is expressing when they come to BlaBlaCar is, of course, like you want to share your car, you want to travel, but it's also a way to say, I want to monetize my car. So essentially I realize that it does not make sense for me to have 3 empty seats in my car. It doesn't make sense from an environmental point of view, social point of view, and financial point of view. So we started to partner with petrol companies that can essentially give them like petrol vouchers to save money or electricity for electric cars, which is still quite small as we discussed. We started to partner with insurance companies and we gave them better insurance because we have data on these drivers showing they drive better and they could deserve like a lower car insurance. So today we have like in France, and now we're expanding that in other countries, we have a car insurance product. Those things we don't build, we partner, and essentially we provide some technology and some data, but we partner to create a broader ecosystem. And I think if you do that well, it becomes pretty powerful. But for me, I'm always asking myself that question of what is the secret sauce? And the secret sauce we need to build. It's always dangerous to partner and create complex partnership around your secret sauce or your secret piece of software. And for the rest, you're not going to be good enough to rebuild an insurance company or rebuild everything. So you need to partner.
Mikhail, I would like to ask you a question that's not connected to the business. You know, I like Lviv, and I usually go to the Lviv Jazz Festival, and it's a unique event. It's a unique event because I usually go there. I have the networking, I have good music there, I'm meeting my friends. Can you please tell us what the Lviv Festival is about for you, and what it drives you, except for the businesses? Well, Lviv Festival is, first of all, for me, is also the expression of love to my native city, to the city I was born in, and I love the city, and I do believe that the city has made an important impact for me in my life. The spirit of the city is very special. I don't want to offend any other cities in Ukraine or all over the world, but I do just wanted to say that Lviv is a very specific city, is a very open, and it's a very European, and I would say a very business-like city, a very business city. And it's a city between the different cultures, religions, ethnical groups, with a very complex history that has switched from one style to another. So I do believe there's no sense even in telling all of that. I think that people here in the room, they know that about Lviv, and I've been sure that jazz and Lviv are the things that are really complementary to each other. So they basically fit, and there are really deep-rooted tradition of jazz and the jazz composers there. So that is why, as a partners, we have decided, me and the partners, we've decided to do that, and I'm really happy. I'm really happy, and I'm really proud that it turned out to a very important cultural event for the whole Ukraine. It's a pleasure for me that you are coming there, your colleagues from businesses are visiting the festival as well, the embassies, the public officials coming. This is all has been done due to the team who's working on that. There were really great people, I would say outstanding people who made this festival happen. And I do, every year I also go there, not just because my parents live there. There are also spending some time there as well. So yeah, there's really good music. What drives me, I'm a living person. I get the drive from my friends, my close ones, my children, and I have a lot of other hobbies as well. So I don't know. Yesterday, I don't know. I can't say whether the right word is what drives me from what happened yesterday, because yesterday, I'm here because mostly I have been invited to a conference, but the most important thing for us was the yesterday's ceremony dedicated to Babyn Yar. I don't know whether the audience knows what happened yesterday, because yesterday there was a big, I would even say, political event. We had the presidents of 3 countries participating in them: Ukraine, Germany, and Israel. 80 years ago in Babyn Yar, more than almost all of the Jewish population of Kiev has been killed during World War II, and even my relatives, and we have no idea where they have been buried, because they were killed during Holocaust, and no one knows where they have been buried. So maybe in Babyn Yar, maybe no. But this was the event that we've all considered very important, and we wanted to have our time and our soul invested into that, to make sure that the memory of this event would not decrease, that would never happen again. And I'm really happy from what we have done in the couple of years here in Kiev, even though there has been many different speculations on these topics and critique on this topic, but I still believe that it's an important result that we've had right now. All of that, I would say, makes my life fulfilled and makes my life conscious. So I think that basically that is one of the reasons why you should live, just because of those events. Nicola, we don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to have a final question. You please try to be sincere. You're an Ukrainian investor as well. You're not just investing your money, but you're investing your experience as well. What do you think? It is easier for you to work right now, or it started to become more challenging to work? What are the benefits for the international investors of working in Ukraine?
I think, at least for us as a French company, we always found that investing, working, hiring in Ukraine was pretty easy from a cultural standpoint. I think the sort of like cultural bond between the country it was always pretty strong, and I always found that pretty easy. So it's number one, that's sort of cultural bridge, I think has always been there. And it's the first country outside of Europe, actually, we started, was Ukraine, if you consider that outside of Europe. So at least outside of Eurozone, I should say. So that was, and that was one of the biggest wins for us. The other thing I see is the amount of tech talent in Ukraine is exceptional. So I think, as we talked about, that the world is going more and more towards software, and it's been doing so for many years. It's not new. I think it's one of the key assets. I mean, the fact that you have so many smart engineers, smart developers, is a key thing. I think the thing that's still sort of lagging behind, and I see that when I talk to Ukrainian entrepreneurs or some of our employees, is I think the appetite for entrepreneurship is not quite yet there. And like one thing I see and measure is when I worked in Silicon Valley 20 years ago, any engineer would join the company and say, I want stock options, I want some shares in the company, I want like a piece of that venture. 10 years ago, I think it sort of started in Europe. So now we see that with French employees and mostly like employees, like tech people we hire in Paris. So it's slowly getting there in Europe. In Ukraine, it's not there yet. Like, when we hire people, they don't even ask, like, could I get stock options? Could I get like a share of the company? So I think, if we manage, and what we do, by the way, as a company is we give it anyway. So we said, like, hey, here is the piece of the company, and we try to educate people and to be more entrepreneurial. And what I always said when people join BlaBlaCar is I say, you join an adventure. You might be here for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, but you're probably not going to be here forever. And the biggest reward for me would be if you leave BlaBlaCar, you start your own company. And today we've been joking about that, and I call that the Blabla Mafia, making reference to the PayPal Mafia in Silicon Valley. So it's actually tracking like how many entrepreneurs you come from your ex-employees. And we have more than 36 ex-employees starting their company right now. More than 60 million euro has been raised by ex-BlaBlaCar employees. And I hope, by hiring, like today we have 75 people in Ukraine, I hope we can do the same or have like, a small impact in the ecosystem and give that desire of becoming entrepreneurs, of creating companies in Ukraine. But I think Ukraine, again, because you have that pool of tech talent, which is the new gold today, I think should create more companies. You should have more unicorns out of Ukraine, and I hope it's coming.
Dear colleagues, we just have 2 minutes left, and I would like to ask you to take, we have businessmen, entrepreneurs in the room. Give them some kind of advice. How can you be more successful in the modern world? How to have more success and how to be effective? Just a minute. Well, I believe that in this sense, nothing has changed, and nothing has changed in the recent 7 years. To be effective and successful, you have to be smart, as they say. You have to work a lot, to say the least, not to be afraid of challenges, and to risk, to risk and to calculate your risks consciously. So, it's all just the same, all the same. The surface can change, but the essence is just the same.
You are in an environment where you can take more risk than ever. I mean, today, if you look at the pool of talent and capital, I think you should take risks. So if you want to start your company, frankly, out of my 20 plus years as a professional, now is probably the best time ever to find capital, to start companies, to disrupt something. So you should do it. And probably you should think of being very agile and re-educate yourself through life. I think that's going to be one of the big change, is that your 40-year or 50-year career is a long time. Things are changing very fast, and you need to either go back to school every 10 years or re-educate yourself constantly. But if you don't, you're going to be outdated very, very fast. So take risk and educate yourself, I guess.
I am an entrepreneur myself, and I've never dreamed of becoming a billionaire. I always wanted to work on the big projects that would drive me to move forward. But listening to you, I would like to join your millionaires club, club. So actually, I would like to wish you all the best. I would like you to go keep on forward and join us as well, as millionaires and billionaires will be looking forward to see you in our club. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion is over, and we would like to invite you to join the discussions in the B and the C halls right now.
налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк епіцентру є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання: як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні. Ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Це таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатись маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт.
і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Цю таке чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
I'm really sorry, we can't actually hear you. Your microphone seems to be off. You have to turn your mic on or have to take the mic to talk.
I'm going to talk into this. Oh, that's better, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to talk into this, and then maybe someone can come and show me which button to press on the thing on my hips. So, this panel is about the emerging markets and how they are responding to the pandemic. And I'm going to start with a little thought, which is the speed at which this has happened is quite unprecedented. The speed at which the pandemic spread around the world. You compare it, go back to the Middle Ages when the bubonic plague was around. It took years and years and years for it to cover just Europe because it was moving around at the pace of an ox cart being pushed by a peasant who wasn't in any great hurry. Nowadays, the pandemic, the virus, the COVID-19 virus, spreads at the speed of aeroplanes and cars. And so it's spread all the way around the world in a matter of weeks. And at the same time, the cure, the vaccination, was discovered with absolutely unprecedented speed. They managed to isolate the cause, figure out the genes of the virus, and come up with a vaccine all in less than a year, whereas back in the Middle Ages, they had hundreds of years and never found out even what caused it. So we're having to respond to things much faster than we've ever had to in the past. And to help us cope with that extraordinary pace of change, I have 4 very wonderful panelists here today. So joining us, first of all, live here in Kiev, we have Nicholas Timochuk, who is the Chief Executive Officer of UFuture, and is also his company is sponsoring the session. So thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for joining us, Nicholas. We have Dalia Marin, who is an economist from the Technical University of Munich, who's joining us. So thank you for joining us, Dalia. And joining us remotely, you can see on the monitor somewhere, we have Alvaro Santos Pereira, who is the head of the Economics Department Country Studies branch at the OECD. And we have Beata Harasim, who's the Senior Investment Strategist of BlackRock Investments Institute. So thank you all very much for joining us. I hope you can all hear us fine. Let's jump in straight away with a question for Nicholas. Nicholas, perhaps you could tell us whether you think that emerging markets are well poised to recover from the pandemic.
Well, thank you for that. Well, first of all, I think that when we're talking about the emerging markets, first thing that we should do is always separate everybody else and China, because it's like the joke of Bill Gates entering into the room and then everybody, on average, becomes a millionaire, right, in that room. The same when you see emerging markets, performance and conditions packed with China, it really distorts the perception. If we're talking about emerging markets other than China, I think no, they are not well positioned for growth for a number of reasons. First of all, because COVID economically has actually exacerbated the gap between the developed world and the developing world. First of all, because of access to liquidity. What effectively happened is that developed nations, especially those with monopoly on hard currencies, printed as much money as they needed without effectively any risk of devaluation, because relatively to what? They can devaluate only relatively to each other, and if all of them are printing money, then only devalue it based on the inflation. No developing nation can afford that. Secondly, because of the attitude to debt. Effectively, what we have here is that debt standards, debt tolerance in the world has changed dramatically. Just over the COVID year, the cumulative debt to GDP of G20 countries has increased to 120%. Whereas, specifically to Ukraine, for example, IMF demands that we decrease public debt to GDP. So do not support your public spending during the pandemic. Do not support your business during the pandemic, but decrease your debt, both public and corporate. And this is diametrically opposed realities that developed markets are positioned comparison to the emerging markets. And the last but not the least, what happened is, of course, those unprecedented measures, namely quantitative easing on steroids, as I call it, diverted the biggest outflows of investment from emerging markets to developed markets. Because why risk in the Philippines, Ukraine, or elsewhere if I can simply pump money in my stock market in New York or London and make government bonds or equities and make bigger money than any investment in any other emerging markets? And we have clearly seen it in the figures. Plus, even before the pandemic, to be honest, emerging markets, if you take the MSCI index and say S&P index, they have consistently underperformed, meaning that starting 2012, we see a clear, not convergence but divergence. When QE kicked in the EU and in the US, it has become less profitable in average to invest in the emerging markets. So at the moment, I don't think they are better positioned. On the other hand, just logically, I understand that for big corporations, for any kind of business that tends to go global, it is necessary to enter new markets. And it is impossible to ignore billions of people that live in a developing world. But purely from the investment perspective, no, they're positioned much worse, unfortunately.
Okay. Before we get to the next panelist, I'm going to throw a polling question out to the audience because I want to, first of all, get you all interacting as much as possible with the panel. And we're also taking questions from people who are not in the room, who are seeing this live streamed all around the world. So the first question for you, we're going to do a couple during the course of the session, is, in your view, have emerging market economies demonstrated more resilience to COVID-19 than was initially expected? So if you can try to answer that, a simple yes or no question on your screens, I assume. So have emerging market economies demonstrated more or less resilience to COVID-19 than initially expected? And while we're, is that result going to come through immediately? Okay. Should I be able to see it on here? No? Okay, while that's coming through, I'm going to throw this out there to Alvaro. Can you hear me there? Oh.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent, perfectly. Well, you can now see the results which are coming out live on the screen, and it is looking like most people think that emerging market economies have shown more resilience than expected. Would you agree with that assessment, and if so, why?
I do agree with that assessment. We just say hi to everyone, by the way, in Kiev. Sorry that I'm not there. I do agree with that assessment. However, I should say that I'm more concerned about the hangover after COVID than I am right now. So I think that countries have, across the world, have utilized unprecedented policy support and quite innovative policy support. But we've seen across the developing world and across many emerging markets that, you know, contrary to what happened to many advanced economies, we had lower incomes going up. In many countries, for example, in Colombia, I'll give you an example. Colombia, incomes went down from 20 to 40%, depending if you're a formal or informal worker. There was also an increase in many countries of emerging markets, informality. There was also an increase in inequality. On average, women, young people, unskilled people got worse off, whereas skilled people either got better off or they were able to save and increase their disposable income. And so that's inequalities have risen. Not only that, there were less jobs, and in fact, less formal jobs, but also less informal jobs. And so I think this will have a consequence. And finally, I think we just heard a major consequence going forward, and this is the hangover that I'm talking about, is the rising debt, corporate, household, and especially public debt. Even before COVID, institutions like ours, the World Bank and others, were quite concerned how debt was accumulating around the world, and especially in the emerging markets. And obviously, COVID just exacerbated the issue. Right now, obviously, I think in the short run, we're not seeing anything big coming up. and there's been support from some countries. But I'm more concerned about in 2 or 3 or 4 years when the pandemic is over. There's less sympathy for emerging markets, and then it's possible they need to refinance their debts, and it's possible they'll have problems. So I'm more concerned about the medium term than I am right now.
Right. Well, those debts will come home to roost, possibly even for the rich countries. Can I turn to Dalia? Dalia, how concerned should we be about the debt? How concerned should we be about the ability of emerging markets to recover from the huge blow that they took in 2020?
I'm happy to be here in Kiev. I have been here several years ago when there was a financial crisis in the emerging market economies. So I'm excited to see the city again and see it flourish, actually. I'm more pessimistic about the resilience and the prospect of recovery for emerging economies and developing countries, and I will come to that in a minute. But I disagree with the speakers before that is the big problem. In particular, I'm talking about public debt and not about corporate debt. The reason why I think that public debt is not the main issue now is because in a pandemic, it's quite natural that the government spends a lot of money, and it's required to spend a lot of money because the government has to compensate the contraction of the economy so that not everything falls apart. It's quite natural that the government steps in this case. And now we have a pandemic, and in the pandemic, we require public spending to fight against the pandemic, to give vaccinations for everybody, to give masks for everybody, and so on. So and the third thing is that interest rates are historically low, so financing public debt has become very cheap, and it's actually the government gains from spending more. So it would be quite stupid for the government not to incur debt at this moment of time. But let me come to another issue. And the other issue concerns the prospects of emerging economies to recover. The pandemic had a big impact on the world economy. It changed it. And what happened is that in the pandemic, the global value chains have declined. So what are global value chains? You might know that the world has started to produce in global value chains since the fall of the Berlin Wall, because the rich the firms in rich countries started to produce, to relocate production to low-wage countries like China and emerging Europe and Russia and Ukraine. So, and that helped these emerging economies to grow. So their basic growth strategy was based on being part of these global value chains that emerged after the fall of the Berlin Wall. And what happened now in the pandemic is that there is a big uncertainty shock. People don't know whether they get the inputs from the emerging countries anymore. So these global value chains have become less profitable. Moreover, there is a tenfold increase in shipping costs from China, for instance, to Europe and to the US, tenfold increase within a year. So that makes the business model of producing in global value chains not profitable. And that hits the emerging economies because basically that was where their growth was based. So I think the emerging economies have to rethink how they can grow when global value chains become less important.
That is a very good point, and that's very much in the news at the moment. I'm going to bring this to Beata Harasim. So the first impression that people got shortly after the pandemic hit was that supply chains held up really well. A lot of people were thinking, oh my gosh, because of the pandemic, we're not going to see, the shops are going to be empty, you won't be able to buy toilet paper, you won't be able to buy baked beans, everyone must stock up on, baked beans and ammunition. And that didn't happen. The companies that run the global supply chains turned out to be really good at their job. And there were some brief shortages in some countries, but by and large, people didn't run out of stuff. People didn't starve because of the pandemic. Nonetheless, it's clear that the supply systems are under a lot of strain. And they're under a lot of strain in two ways. Firstly, just the logistics of dealing with the pandemic. Secondly, the fact that you've now got fuel prices have really rocketed back up. And also there's this sort of sense of nervousness about, can we rely on just-in-time delivery? What happens if a big disaster makes it impossible for us to get, chips from Taiwan or fuel from the places we currently get fuel? So people are a bit more nervous. I'm wondering how you see this, the global supply chain system, and particularly the effect on emerging markets. How concerned should we be?
Sure. I mean, obviously, supply chains are changing. I completely agree with Dalia. I think that trend has even started before COVID, but COVID has turbocharged many of the structural trends that we knew were about to happen. This is also related to China-US policy. This is related to the fact that many countries are turning more to onshoring than offshoring. I think this has really big implications for inflation over medium term, and that is a factor which will obviously impact emerging markets as well. So I think over medium term, we can expect that production costs will increase globally. And together with this really unprecedented monetary policy, the new frameworks from the Fed and the ECB, which also allow for higher inflation to build up over time, together with this unprecedented amount of fiscal stimulus that we talked about, I think that will just lead to a higher inflation regime over medium term. That will impact developed markets, but also emerging markets. And I think that is a story that will be important in terms of how emerging markets address that. I think what we have seen so far is that in many major emerging markets, we have seen central banks being preemptive and hiking interest rates, and that provided stability for their currencies, or at least prevented deterioration in our sentiment and confidence around certain emerging markets. So I would add that angle to everything what we discussed so far. So growth could be challenged in emerging markets over medium term, given all the reasons what we have said. However, more short term, I would say that we will probably see some pickup from depressed levels. Inflation will remain a challenge, but we need to really see very prudent both monetary and fiscal policies, which will allow foreign investors in particular to feel confident that there is this framework of policy which allow us to invest in emerging markets, both in terms of private investments as well as in assets. So I would put inflation out here, and I think that is very much linked to this supply chain discussion that we started.
Okay. Well, you mentioned inflation, you mentioned supply chains. We've got to ask about energy prices, right? And I'm going to throw this one to Nicholas. Okay, you invest in a wide variety of businesses, which pretty much all use energy, and you're in a country which, how can I put this? At least one of your neighbors that supplies energy is not necessarily always thinking about what's best for Ukraine when it does it.
You're in Ukraine, you don't have to choose words saying that. You know?
Everyone's terrified that Russia's going to cut off the supply of gas, and maybe that's overblown, maybe it's not. What's your perspective?
Look, it is absolutely clear that in the global competition, politics and economics, they are all mixed. And they are all used as a tool to promote or protect one nation's interest. And Russia is not the only one doing that. And obviously, of course, they are doing that. And they haven't been actually hiding it, to be honest, right? everybody with open eyes and ears could see that.
Well, the president actually wrote an essay saying that Ukraine belongs to Russia, which is...
Well, he didn't quite say that. He said that Russia and Ukraine were one people, but that's
quite close.
Right. Anyways, so the thing is, because I come from oil and gas, I worked for oil and gas for quite a while, and I understand the market. And there always has been like the two dimensions to this market, particularly. One was long-term contracts. You want stability, you want price stability, you want supply stability, take long-term contracts. The other was let market do its job. So let's have stock, let's have open spot market, and let it work. And actually, both system has pros and cons. What we're seeing now, obviously, is the disadvantage, is the flip side or weakness of the spot market. When there is a shortage, when there is a deficit, prices soar. It's as simple as that. Now, will some countries use it to their advantage? Of course. For example, we have a renewable energy business in New Future, and we this year landed a landmark deal for Ukraine. We attracted a strategic investor from Qatar, Nebras Power, and they bought a majority package in our solar photovoltaic station portfolio. Now, they are happy about the situation at the global market with gas because they're the biggest LNG exporters, right? So, and they don't necessarily use it as same way as Russia, promoting their interests globally. So I would say that it only, same as COVID, what it will do probably only spearhead the trends to energy efficiency, to renewables, and to actually having balancing and mitigating factors at any given market so that, like in the UK, they don't have to go for blackout because of the gas prices on the domestic market.
Yes. Now, some of the energy price problem, you know, if there's a silver lining to it, it's that it might drive investment in cleaner energy and that will be good for the climate. But it's also a function of the fact that we've already been trying to move towards cleaner energy, that investments in fossil fuels are about half what they were a couple of years ago. So there isn't the capacity to meet the demand that's just bounced back after the COVID pandemic has receded in many parts of the world. So I'm going to throw this to Beata. High fuel prices and the shift to cleaner energy. Is this, you know, what are the short-term and long-term effects that this is going to have on emerging markets? I mean, you know, a lot of places clearly would not benefit from climate change. One or two emerging markets, you know, one can think of the north of Russia, might benefit from it. What's your perspective on how emerging markets should handle this transition?
I mean, you're obviously right that emerging market is not a homogeneous group of countries. We know there are commodity exporters, especially exporters of the clean commodities, which will benefit from the transition, but there will be also losers. And, you know, you talk about the short term and long term, and I think that's very important. Short term, obviously, countries exporting oil or exporting energy will benefit from the higher commodity prices, which I think are driven also due to two different factors. So, I mean, there is the restart effect, which is fueling commodity prices, but then there is also this longer-term structural trend and transition towards less carbon economies. And I think, again, there will be beneficiaries and there will be losers. We cannot really say that on balance emerging markets will benefit from it or will lose. I think we really need to look at each country separately. And it's not an easy answer to have. Different countries have different approach to it. The policies towards environment, towards social policies are incredibly important now. But also it's about the resources that emerging markets have. And I think here, aside from China, which clearly have resources to turn towards more clean energies and transition towards net zero targets by 2060, many emerging markets, which are lower income countries, don't have enough resources and remain unfunded in that field. And I think the world as a whole needs to understand that it's in our all interest, it's an interest of the whole world to help those countries to invest in the transition towards net zero, because that will obviously help the whole world. And there have been multiple studies done in terms of how much investments we need to achieve the net zero by 2050. According to the International Energy Agency, the numbers are of around $1 trillion every year until 2030, so that we can achieve that target. So we're clearly not there, and I think the message should be really clear that emerging markets need multilateral support from wealthier countries to achieve that transition. And we should be observing that very clearly, because that will also then help us to see which countries have better prospects of growth. And I think, COVID really helps to accelerate many trends, and among them is this transition towards net zero. And I just want to hope that, it allows many countries in emerging markets to turn to this more greener, more digital, more equitable policies that will really benefit those countries over medium and longer term.
Great, thanks very much. I'm going to throw the next polling question out to the audience here. And the question is, in your view, are emerging markets well positioned to fuel the global recovery post-COVID? And you've got the option of 1, yes, 2, no, and 3, to some degree. So if you can ping that on your phones, that would be really great. And that will enable me to throw the next question to Alvaro, where I'm going to ask him what... Okay, that's going to take a little while to warm up. What I'm going to ask you is, what should emerging markets be doing to make their contribution to growth, which is obviously for their own benefit more than anybody else's? What are the 2 or 3 policy changes you would like to see emphasized in the next year to really get growth bouncing back properly?
Well, thank you. The first policy is clearly vaccination. I think you can see that countries that have vaccinated the largest amount of or percentage of their populations are the ones that are starting to recover faster. And we continue to think that the divergence that exists between vaccination rates across the world is one of the biggest threats, biggest risks we have going forward, but also biggest threat and biggest risk for emerging markets. So our advice clearly is vaccinate, vaccinate, vaccinate as soon as you can, the largest proportion of your population that you can, so that you are able to decrease restrictions and go back to normal. This is what we want, I think, in our lives. Second, clearly, the emerging markets are going to seize the day regarding the recovery of many advanced economies. The United States economy is doing fairly okay. Europe is also accelerating. We have Japan also doing better, and many parts of Asia too. And same thing for China, that has been more or less on cruising speed. And so in that sense, commodity markets are going to continue to be fairly hot, which is bad for inflation. We can talk about it a bit later. But on the other hand, it's going to be good for commodity producers. So one thing that emerging markets can offer certainly is this commodity-led type of recovery or exports that it will help them circumvent some of the debt problems that we talked before, but also to go back to growth. Having said that, I do think, as I said, emerging markets right now have to be worried not only about what I mentioned, but also, for example, and related to these commodity prices, it's inflation. You can see in many countries, many emerging markets are raising their rates, some of them fairly drastically, because they are concerned what is happening to their exchange rates and what is happening also to, what will happen with the recovery and especially with the tapering in countries like the United States. And so what we think it is quite important, it's exactly that, pay attention what will happen to inflation, because inflation around the world, more inflation would mean higher rates, high interest rates. High interest rates means more difficult to pay debts for households, for firms, and for states as well, for countries. And so as a consequence, this is going to be a major, major issue. So even though I think that many things are going on the favor of emerging markets, like commodity exporting, and also the policy support of many advanced economies, I think the priority should be vaccination. The second priority should be careful with your macro stability, because the next few years are going to be rocky ones. Are going to be vulnerable. Some countries are going to be vulnerable, and they are going to be volatile times ahead.
Okay, now I'm going to ask two brief questions, and then I'm going to throw it open to the audience and to the people watching remotely to ask questions to any of the panelists. So if you can either do that by sending them in to the app, or you can raise your hand when I ask shortly. So where are we? To some degree, we think that emerging markets are positioned to help fuel the global recovery, with 23% of people saying no, they're not, and 32% quite positive and saying yes, they are. So let me ask Dalia, what would your prescriptions be for emerging markets in general and for Ukraine in particular?
Before I come to an answer to that question, I would like to comment on Beate's comment about inflation.
Sure.
It's true that now there is a big worry because of the supply disruption that we will see more inflation. And basically there is a debate among economists whether this inflation threat is transitory or permanent. And I would like to say that the rich countries, the high-income countries, basically they have responded to the disruption of global value chains by investing in robots. So because they have been investing in robots, and these robots have been automating workers, it is very unlikely that the disruption of supply chains are going to lead to more inflation in the medium and long term, because basically the countries the firms in rich countries have started to invest in robots. And that brings me now to the emerging economies that you focused on. So what should emerging economies do to navigate in this new environment? And I think that they should do exactly what the rich countries have been doing, namely technology, to invest in robots. Now, actually, in my research, I looked at emerging economies in Europe, Slovakia, Slovenia, Czech Republic. When you look at these countries, Poland, when you look at these countries, you see that these countries have invested in robots. And the reason why they have invested in robots is because they had a brain drain. So many in many of these countries, workers have left to Europe, actually, to Germany and the UK. And so they had a big brain drain, and they have a shortage of labor. And so they were forced to invest in robots because of this. And so what you see is in these emerging economies, they have more robots per 1,000 of workers than the US. And so they were able, because of these investments, they were able to avoid what development economists call the middle income trap. They could grow and become rich countries, if you want so. So my prescription is that emerging economies should start to invest in robots, and that will help them to increase their productivity, to keep labor costs low, and so to grow. And the other prescription is probably, if you see a further retreat in globalization, some of these countries will need to think about regionalism, to think about how they can export more to neighboring countries rather than to faraway countries.
Okay. Right, so if anyone would like to ask a question to one of the panelists, if you can raise your hand, and I will recognize you, and someone will bring you a microphone, I think. So, and I'm also going to read out one of the questions from the audience who are watching remotely. So I'm actually going to start with that. The question is, it seems that information technology workers have been largely unaffected by COVID-19 restrictions because they're able to work wherever they like. Do you think that this is going to be a permanent state of affairs, and how do you think that's going to affect emerging markets? Maybe if I throw that one to Nicholas, would you like to take that one?
Sure. Well, it's just been debated at the previous panel right at this stage about the future of work and leadership. And I think I would not be original saying that most probably a mixed way of digital nomads and office workers or remote workers would be our new normal in the future, because there is some types of work that requires creativity, and being creative alone in the room mostly is impossible. It requires human interaction, it requires personal interaction and chemistry among people. On the other hand, there are a lot of technical, repetitive assignments or jobs, types of, even in the information technology field, that probably could be done remotely mostly. And you know what, same as with all the trends that COVID has accelerated, actually being a digital nomad was not something that COVID invented. This trend of a growing number of people around the world who are not tied physically to any single country or city has been growing, and COVID only accelerated this change.
It accelerated it a lot, right?
It is accelerated a lot, but once again, you know, it is. So I think what we have all to differentiate is how we respond to a crisis and how we live sustainably. What I mean is that everybody was very excited that when suddenly the entire world went on lockdown last year, people managed to work from home. And surprise, surprise, in some cases, the effectiveness actually and productivity even increased, but people forget that it was for a relatively short period of time. That was for 2, 3, 5 months. This is first. Secondly, that was due to the fact that most of the world was on a severe lockdown, meaning there was nothing else you could do. In some countries, you could not even walk on the street freely unless you were going to a drugstore or to see a doctor. So of course people would sit home and of course they would work, be it IT professionals or not. Now, can you really build any culture, corporate culture, organization culture, can you build a personal relationship sitting at home online via Zoom? I doubt it very much. So that's why, again, not being original, there's going to be some sort of a mix that we will see in the future. And by the way, may I piggyback a little bit on public debt, which you said? I really would like you to send this message to IMF and other financial institutions that have been stifling countries like Ukraine about public debt, that it's normal to increase it, especially in times like COVID, and not to decrease it to receive another tranche. I would really appreciate it, as the Ukrainian, just as a citizen, not as a business person.
No, actually, the IMF is saying that the reason why the high-income countries have been doing so much better during the pandemic relative to the emerging countries and developing countries is exactly because of public expenditures. Because in the high-income countries, public expenditures exploded. Look at the United States. Public expenditure exploded, even in Germany. While in the emerging economies, you start already to withdraw. So the reason why the forecast for next years in the emerging economies is so weak is exactly because the government starts to reduce its public expenditures. So the IMF is not prescribing for emerging economies to stop government expenditure.
I think Nicholas
well,
might want
what
to...
IMF is doing effectively is prescribing emerging economies, Ukraine in particular, to meet certain macroeconomic KPIs or thresholds, which do not absolutely allow countries like Ukraine to increase public debt, since they directly prohibit countries like Ukraine to increase public debt. On the other hand, they demanded to decrease public debt for us to receive the next portion of the tranche. So what is allowed to the United States and Europe is not allowed to the emerging markets in the eyes of IMF.
That's pretty accurate. Can I move on? First of all, anyone who wishes to raise? Yes, there's a hand there at the back. Can someone get him a microphone? The gentleman over there. We have... And if you want to say who you are and maybe which of the panelists you'd like to address your question to.
Thank you. Vladislav Danileko, eFuture. My question is, what weight do you give to the drastic vaccine inequity on the chances, on the prospects of recovery of emerging markets, if any?
Okay. Perhaps, Alvaro, would you like to take that one?
I can talk about it. I can say thank you. Well, this is a very important point, but I'll give an example without even talking about the recovery, just to see the perspective and what is the difference in many emerging markets. Think about Latin America. In Latin America, you had the longest, not only lockdowns, but also school closures of any part of the world. And so there's a huge inequity around the world, even just about school closures. And which means in many parts of the world, some kids had 0 classes for a year. This will lead to a substantial increase, likely of school dropouts, and also inequality is going forward in these countries. But also many of these countries will have skills that are not as good because partly of the school closures. And so coming back to you, so obviously if you maintain low rates of vaccination, if you have no access to vaccination or if you have very low rates of vaccination, that means that we've seen throughout the last 2 years that we are going to have, unfortunately, more waves of the virus coming. These viruses can be more virulent, can be more contagious. It can be less. We don't know. In previous pandemics, these waves, it depends on the mutations, on the variants. So we'll see. But we know that on average, if countries don't vaccinate, that means that they'll have to impose more restrictions so that they don't have problems with their healthcare and the rest of the economy. So obviously that will slow down the recovery. And so this is why what we say that the most important policy right now is vaccination all around the world, as fast as you can, and with the largest portion of the population that you can.
Okay, but I mean,
because
it's partly a question of vaccine inequity, it's partly a question of the vaccines not being available, but it's also partly a question of people being amazingly unwilling to take the most extraordinary medical advance of the current century. Why is that happening? Why are people not taking their vaccines? Why is it not happening in Ukraine? Nicholas, do you want to tell us?
Well, I'm not a government representative, so I probably cannot give you the full picture. I can only give my personal point of view.
You're a concerned
right?
citizen, right?
Right. But so first of all, we didn't have it available. Of course, this is for a very short period of time. I'm talking first half of 2021, when there was a competition among the world to get it first. And of course, Ukraine was not among the first, even dozens of countries that were in the line to get it first. And richest countries have got it first. Surprise, surprise. I don't know why or how it happened, but somehow it happened exactly like that, right? Then Ukraine, and now we have, as far as I'm concerned, plenty of vaccines of all kinds, Sinovac and Pfizer and Moderna and anything you can get your hands on. But there's a question about, first of all, infrastructure, because no country in the world, and Ukraine among them, was prepared for this kind of event, even though smart people like Bill Gates were talking about this long time ago. There's not sufficient infrastructure, vaccination points, etc. And of course, there is this hesitance among public, which I cannot explain, to be honest, because why otherwise smart and rational people would not even be afraid of death, of their own life and their loved ones, when they take vaccines all their life, and especially in the Soviet Union. And after the Soviet Union, there was a mandatory vaccination for everybody, for all toddlers, for all kids, for all school kids. Every year when I went to school, my kids went to school, you could not start a new school year without vaccines. It was absolutely, but this specific vaccine against this specific disease, for some reason, causes huge doubts and speculation. But I think, my personal opinion, I think it's another tool of hybrid warfare. Because why attack countries, why do some economic sabotage if you can spread very cheaply through social media and other available tools? And we know what social media does lately. It actually exaggerates all the conflicts and controversial things. So you can use this method to actually undermine other countries' well-being by exactly as our colleagues, fellow panelists say, by spreading lies about vaccination, people becoming hesitant, their economic growth, and in general, capacity as a nation declines significantly.
Okay.
So I think it's a combination of factors.
Okay, well, that's a very foolish weapon, given that the pandemic blows back, and if it's in one place, it's going to come back to wherever you are when you start it.
It's a foolish thing to do if you think...
Doesn't mean it's not happening.
If you care about your population, okay? If you think that human beings are invaluable, there are countries who do not consider human beings, even their own, to be invaluable and ready to sacrifice them for higher political goals.
Okay, that's a worrying thought. It's a question down here. So there's two people in a line. The one slightly closest to me, and then the second one.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Marco Jaman, coming from Turkey Council, a new regional organization. Its members are Turkey, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. My question is for Ms. Dalia Marin. In his speech, she mentioned about a retreat in global trends, a retreat in globalization, and talk about the regionalization. We can talk about maybe in regionalization, an increase of intra-trade among the members of certain economic blocs or regional organization. Could you elaborate on this fact, please?
Dalia.
Yeah. When you look at the development, what you see is basically, for instance, in emerging Europe, these countries have been exporting the inputs within supply chains, in particular to Europe. So Germany was a hub. So what happens is probably, so this is a prediction that I'm giving. I think that firms have three ways to respond to the shock of the pandemic, to make supply chains more resilient. One way is to reshore production back to their own market, produce the input yourself as a firm, or to let a domestic input supplier produce it. But the other way is to diversify your inputs to other countries. So for example, a German firm might decide to reshore the input from China and bring it to emerging Europe. You see what I mean? So the regional hub between Germany and emerging Europe might expand because of this. So the emerging European countries might be a more secure location for these value chains because they are closer by, and there is a less likely that there is a disruption because there is less of a distance. You have to understand that the future uncertainty is not only about pandemics, it's also about climate risk. So, for instance, the shortage in the chips, they were started by a severe drought in Taiwan. because this Taiwanese firm that is a dominant player in the chips market has closed its factory. So the whole world was suffering, in particular in the auto sector. So what that means, so a response to that was that the European Union has decided to start its own chip sector and battery cell sector in Europe, and Europe includes, of course, the emerging European countries. And so what I expect is that the diversification need of rich countries will help emerging Europe, including Ukraine, actually. So there will be a stronger regional hub than it was before.
Okay, can we have a question from the gentleman behind you?
Thank you for your amazing discussion. And my question is basically on this regionalization topic. So you mentioned that the Europe hub will benefit from this. However, the countries like, in Southeast Asia, like Taiwan that you mentioned, China and other countries, they will actually suffer. And don't you think that it might lead to a crisis in the emerging markets, since we already have, our supply chain is disrupted, and therefore we might get into further crisis for those countries that are export-oriented? Thank you.
When you look at China, you see that China has already changed its business model of development. They started to reshore production back to China from the other Asian countries, actually, from India, Vietnam, and so on. They reshored Japan. They reshored back to their home market. So the Chinese have a new model to be less dependent on exports and more dependent on the domestic economy. So China has been doing this already before the pandemic, and they are certainly going to continue it, in particular because they will see that the reshoring is happening, that the rich countries are bringing back their supply chains to their domestic market or to Europe. And then the other thing is that because of the competition in technology between China and the US, China also tried to become more independent in its technology. So that's another reason why China is turning more inwards rather than more outwards. So this is a tendency that you have been seeing already before the pandemic, and it will continue.
Okay, I'm going to try a couple of very quick fire questions. I'm going to take one from the online audience, and then I'm going to come to the gentleman there, and I'm going to ask the respondents to answer sort of fairly briefly. So the online question, which I'd like to pose to Beata, if you're okay with that, is how can the most fossil fuel dependent economies, such as Russia and the Gulf states, diversify away from that? Really swiftly, how would you answer that? We can't hear you.
Hope you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Great.
Great. So I think obviously investing in renewable sources of energy, Saudi Arabia is already trying to do that. I think Russia should also spend more efforts doing that. So transitioning from fossil fuel intensive sectors and industries into the greener energy.
Okay, that's a great answer. And the gentleman down there, can someone give him a microphone? Do you have a microphone? You have one, brilliant. What's your question, sir?
My question is about Green Deal investments. When we talk about emerging markets, we discuss here only commodities or any trade relations. But when we talk about the possible investments to modernize Ukrainian economy, the calculations say Ukrainian economy needs from $50 to $200 billion. And in fact, until now, Ukraine is somewhere in the outskirts of European Union, and there was a promise to have a green fund from Germany of $1 billion, which is absolutely not enough. So when we think about the possibility of trade between Ukraine and European Union as a main partner in the future, that will be all the time negative balance. So my question is that, do you think it is really possible to talk something about real figures, and then it will boost the economy, because the economy is quite dependent on the emissions of CO2 and other emissions? Is it really possible to talk about that? Because now, until now we see that European Union announced about around 1 trillion euros of investments, also 80% from the budget, but we see here only the promises of $1 billion from Germany.
Okay, and is that addressed to one particular member of the panel? I mean, I can ask Alvaro, he hasn't spoken for a while, and I'm sure he has strong views on this.
Yeah, I think this is to our online speakers.
Okay, Alvaro.
Well, I think certainly there are great opportunities for Ukraine going forward. I really think Ukraine can play a very important role, not only in the region, but also increasing trade with the European Union. For me, the most important thing about Ukraine, certainly can seize the opportunity of the New Deal and the Green Deal. But I think the pandemic opens the opportunities as well for Ukraine, either with the new onshoring that you're going to have. So there'll be a lot of industries that might want to relocate, and Ukraine might be attractive. And also because of the pandemic, the impulse with digitalization, which is going to help especially your IT services and other services that could, in which you have quite a lot of people there. So doing working on this sector, so it might be a good possibility. But I think most importantly, going forward, as I think Nicholas was saying, okay, let's not focus so much on fiscal. The focus in the next few years should be for the recovery. How can you improve the business climate in Ukraine? That's a crucial thing, so that you bring more, not only European, but other international investment, either green or some sort of green infrastructure as well.
That's an excellent answer. So I'm going to go through the panelists one by one. Oh, sorry, was there one more question down there? We'll give you one more question. Do you have a microphone? It's coming. If you could introduce yourself as well, please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Andrei Tsimbal, a managing partner of KPMG in Ukraine. My question, I will address the panel and maybe Nikolai or international guests. The question is about how shortage of talents affect ability of emerging markets to develop. Because we know in Ukraine that's a big problem. There is a brain drain. People leave into Europe to higher, prospects, higher salaries. This increases the costs, shortage of talents in Ukraine. And the companies, businesses generally do not cope well of passing these increases to their customers. So I think that's, for Ukraine, definitely a big problem. So any reflections, whether it's a widespread issue for emerging markets where people are leaving, the talents are in the short supply, and how to deal with that? Thank you.
Well, Nicholas, you deal with this firsthand. Maybe you could tell us.
Well, yes. Well, you cannot stop brain drain from anywhere except North Korea, probably. So you have to create conditions and environment when those talents want to stay and foster those talents. That's what projects like Unit City is about, creating conditions and environment for talents to flourish and want to stay in a given country. And I think in any case, it's a very natural trend that happens throughout the world when people want to migrate and want to explore opportunities in better countries. I think there is a positive for that in Ukraine, because a lot of successful Ukrainians abroad not only come back, but actually come back with starting more businesses in Ukraine, with exploring their Ukrainian heritage and opportunities that are still in Ukraine to actually reinforce their global businesses, which is again bringing Ukraine onto the global map, including Ukrainian global value chains. All of it is beneficial for our country. But other than creating conditions in our country that would entice and incentivize people to stay, there's no way of keeping them inside. It's true for Ukraine as well as for probably any other country in the world.
I mean, people have a strong tendency to remain where they were born, because that's where their family are, that's where they understand the language, that's where they, everything is familiar. So within the European Union, any member of the European Union, which alas no longer includes me, as I'm from Britain, but has a right to live and work freely in any other country. And if it were a simple economic question, then you might expect the entire population of Greece to move to Germany because wages are much higher in Germany, but they don't.
Right, but there's certain age group that is prone to that. We're talking about not even teenagers, we're talking about people who usually don't have any equity, assets, or family commitments and actually open to exploring life. And very often, to be honest, are lured by the showbiz images of, say, the United States, right? That actually exploring that. And because the global, well, not the global, but the developed world population, same true for Eastern Europe, is actually getting older, you see, yes, there are more people who tend to, say, stay in their given country because of everything what you said. But it's not true for the young people. It's not true for the teenagers or people who just out of their university or even going to have an education abroad.
Sure, but many of them move and do better, and good luck to them, and some of them move, learn new skills, make new contacts, and move back to the place they were from and set up companies there, which is pretty much where the whole Indian IT system, ecosystem came from. Dalia, you wanted to jump in there. We have 1 minute left, so it's got to be really quick.
So this is very interesting because the Ukrainians are actually emigrating to Poland because Poland is a boomtown and they have a shortage of labor. So many of the Ukrainians and the Polish government is trying to get them. So a big brain drain comes from Poland. It comes from the Polish government trying to get the Ukrainians. But it's very interesting that Ukraine and Russia were the countries which have been the most highly skilled population. So the share of people with an academic degree in math and in a tech grade is largest compared to Germany, for instance, is largest in Ukraine and in Russia. So these locations have become very interesting places to invest because of the talent. So I do agree with the person from the audience that if this is not happening anymore, or because people go away from the Ukraine, this is a big disadvantage in further development. So you should try to see whether you can give an incentive for these people to stay in Ukraine.
But let's not forget we still have, thanks to that, strong math school and booming IT sector, 20–30% growth of IT sector per year, both in headcount and in volume. And it's already, I think, in top 5 export businesses of Ukraine in general, even comparing to products. And thanks to specifically this sector, unlike in products, in services, Ukraine has a positive trade saldo because it exports more services.
Thank you so much. We are pretty much out of time there, but we've covered a lot of ground. And what have we concluded? That essentially you need to do the things to keep the talent, to stroke the talent, to make them come back. These are pretty much the things you'd need to do anyway. Govern well, have peace, have prosperity, treat people fairly, have less corruption. Those are all the kinds of things that countries need. And of course, vaccinate the talent so it doesn't die before it can start doing great things for us. And that is the big question. So I'd like to end there by saying thank you very much to Dalia, to Nicholas, to Alvaro, and to Beata. And thank you very much, the audience, for joining us both here and online. There's going to be a break now, and there's another session here in 1 hour's time, so which is on healthcare. And gosh, I think we might mention COVID-19 during that. So thank you all very much indeed. And if you could join me applauding our panelists. Thank you.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудо, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр, що не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. Епіцентр соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект Епіцентр дітям та фонду Реал Мадрид став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання: як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Megogo зі знижкою 33%?
Чудок, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр, що не передивлено.
Megogo. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт. і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе. Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування, Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Це таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel. Policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations.
They can't. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Пані та панове, дуже радий вас вітати на революції охорони здоров'я. Мене звати Роберт Гест. Я редактор міжнародного відділу журналу Economist, і до мене сьогодні приєдналася прекрасна панель для того, щоб поговорити про ті інновації, які відбуваються в тому, що наразі є найважливішим сферою в нашому світі, яке стосується охорони здоров'я. Тож, дуже хочу привітати наших панелістів. У нас зараз є аудиторія, яка дивиться нас зараз тут. У нас є аудиторія, яка дивиться нас онлайн. У нас є панелісти, які з нами. Будь ласка, вітайте Костянтина Єфименка, який є президентом та засновником фармацевтичної компанії Біофарма, інноваційної компанії в сфері охорони здоров'я. Також вітайте, будь ласка, представника компанії Novartis, який є експертом з охорони здоров'я. Віддалено до нас приєдналася Майя Меттьюс, яка є керівницею відділу ефективності систем охорони здоров'я у Генеральному секретаріаті з питань охорони здоров'я та безпеки харчових продуктів Європейської комісії. Здається, з нами має бути так само ще Арджан Тор, який є генеральний директор компанії Cigna Europe, який щойно до нас доєднався. На екрані теж. Хочу вам ще раз подякувати за присутність і хочу подякувати компанії YouFuture за підтримку цієї сесії. В нас будуть питання для наших панелістів з аудиторії, в нас будуть питання онлайн, які будуть надсилати. В нас будуть теж кілька опитувань для аудиторії. Але давайте розпочнемо з тим, щоб поговорити про великі проблеми, які зараз насправді турбують весь світ за останні 1,5 року. Найбільша пандемія, мабуть, в історії життя усіх нас з вами. Щось, що вплинуло на життя всіх нас і яке вже майже було стільки ж людей, скільки вбив СНІД. Тож ця надзвичайно швидку відповідь до цієї проблеми і такого...
And it's all, it's part of a big hurly-burly of health innovation that's going on in the world. Just in the past couple of days, we've seen the World Health Organization approving a new vaccine for malaria, a problem that had stumped scientists for decades, certainly since I started out in journalism. I'm going to start with a question for Konstantin, and I believe he's going to answer in Ukrainian, possibly, or Russian, and so you should have translation equipment here, which if you set it onto one of the channels will be in whichever language you'd like to hear it in, assuming it's either Russian or Ukrainian. So, Konstantin, perhaps you could tell us then, how big a deal was the rapid discovery of the vaccine, and what do you think the spin-offs might be? What have we learnt about how to innovate?
Well, with the emergency of the vaccines in the end of the 2020s, I think we have understood two main important things. The first was that in the very specific situation, they accelerate the regulatory activities and they accelerate the governments. And the governments of the US and Europe, they also come to the certain support and certain discounts even for the sectors, and certain things can be accelerated even by 5, 10, 15 years in advance. Why that happens? We are used to these traditional vaccines, the so-called inactivated vaccines, when the virus has been already killed off. The vaccines that we currently have, most of them, like none of the vaccines that we have, that has been already based on the inactivated vaccines. We already have the Pfizer, BioNTech and Moderna vaccines, those are the matrix RNK, so basically RNA. So this is something that we have already had. This is the very first time that we have used that with people. So this is the RNA molecule that has been used. We have had the replacement of the amino acids there, the piece that looks like SARS-CoV-2 that actually causes some response from the body. All of the other vaccines, for example, like AstraZeneca or the Johnson & Johnson vaccines, those the adenovirus vector vaccines, they're also known but have never had a big usage for people. We had some cases when they have been used for the prevention of the Ebola virus, but they have never been widely used for people, treating so many people before. So basically the clinical and the preclinical research that usually lasts for 10 or 15 years, they have been ended up in a year and a half. And we have actually seen how the both MDA has closed its eyes and they've decided to issue these vaccines as well. We can discuss it as well because it can give us the floor for the new technologies and vaccines. What are the other consequences that we have understood for ourselves as well? This is in connection with Ukraine as well, that the wealth is still disseminated unequally. And Ukraine has received the vaccines, one of the final countries all over the world. In 2020, we didn't have the access to any vaccines at all. In 2021, we just have started to have them. Our colleagues from different international organizations, they told us, you don't have to build your industry, you don't have to build your plants here, we will provide you with all of that. But what we have seen that we have received the vaccines the last time right now. And if the methodology of UNICEF have not showed it in the 2020, at the very beginning of 2021, I'm speaking about the UNICEF in Ukraine. At the very beginning of 2021, they have started speaking calmly, okay, come on, vaccinate. Then right now at the final TV show by Schuster, I have said the position of UNICEF. They've told, why should you develop your own industry? We have now 30 million doses of vaccines, so we can give it to you so you can use it freely. There are two outputs for me. This kind of pandemic, it will accelerate the situation of creating any kind of technologies, and the European Union as the two biggest regulator, they will be stepping out of any kind of norms and they will be intensifying it to support and save humanity. And we have to understand that countries as Ukraine, they should take care of about themselves on their own. So those are the consequences for me out of those crises and the vaccines that we've had.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. That was a very spirited opening statement. Now, I'm going to ask a polling question to the audience, which you can answer on your phones. And then while you're answering that, I'm going to go to one of the live speakers here, and then we'll come to the speakers who are joining us remotely shortly after that. So the question is a very simple one. Do you think that COVID-19 has transformed the healthcare sector? And you can answer 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 for to some degree. So if you want to have a crack at answering that, while I put a question to Thomas. We've had a very spirited intervention on the difficulties of getting vaccines to Ukraine. There's also a problem with people not wanting to take them. Now, this is a global problem. It's not just in Ukraine. And it's a very big problem because this is not just people saying, I don't want to eat my vegetables. This is something where if they don't take it, they risk harm not only to themselves, but also to everybody whom they meet or breathe on. How do you get people to take the medicine that's good for them?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think we have to meet them where they are. You may have doubts, there may be uncertainty, and the vaccinations have been developed in record time. The quality standards are the same. It has just been done more agile. So these vaccines are really good vaccines, and you should take them because you're not only protecting yourself, but you're protecting the others, and you're stopping the pandemic. But I think we have to understand the people who have reservations, listen to them, talk to them, explain it, and hear their concerns, meet them where they are, is my answer, because I think together we can achieve more.
Okay, that's a very good answer. But I mean, we're also seeing governments doing a bit more than listening to people, there's also a degree of pressure of things like, you know, in France and indeed in Austria, you cannot go into a restaurant or a public place without proving that you have been vaccinated, and that's hugely increased the number of people who got vaccinated. Do you think that's a good idea?
It has pros and cons, right? So I think there's 2G rules, right? So if you're recovered or vaccinated in Germany, you call it 2G. And whether you have a negative test, that can also help. I think the stricter rules may facilitate more vaccinations. I don't want to call it forcing people, because forcing people is never a good idea.
Not quite forcing, but it's saying if you want a restaurant meal, you need to show a vaccination certificate or a test. So it's strongly pressuring people. Okay, well, I mean, different countries are going to approach it in different ways. Let me go to Maya Matthews, who's joining us remotely. You'll see that the results of our poll here from audience members, both here and remotely, was that most people think that the COVID-19 has indeed transformed the healthcare sector. You have a continent-wide view on that. What do you think are the most important ways in which it's changed it?
Thank you, and I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the forum for inviting me. Yes, I mean, I think that what we've seen, what we've witnessed, as you said, was a healthcare revolution. It was of no one's making other than the virus, and it led to a huge acceleration and leapfrogging of the whole digital health agenda. So I think that would probably be, if there's one thing that we should look at, it is how the use of teleconsultations, the use of information, and I'm talking even about epidemiological information, has absolutely increased. I joke a lot with people that epidemiologists have become like gold dust in the last year. I think the whole way information has been circulated, the whole issues around data privacy, of course, these are all massive issues. We always knew about them, but they've been really brought to the fore with the pandemic. What we're also thinking about now within the European Commission, and I should say, and to your audience, I'm sure you're aware of, that of course health systems are the responsibility of member states, their organization, their delivery. Where we can help in the EU is bringing countries together, cooperating, and also providing, as you said, this overview, this information. And so it'll be interesting to see, especially with the teleconsultations and the use of telemedicine, whether this is here to stay or whether it was just a transitory blip. So that's one area that I think is an important discussion point. The second one is, again, the pandemic exacerbated existing structural weaknesses in health systems. One of the biggest ones, as we all know, is the shortages of health workforce. And we saw in the pandemic that in many countries, the workforce we were not able to have a huge surge in workforce, which is what's needed when there are crises. The workforce is not necessarily agile or flexible. And these are the kind of issues now that I think if we look forward about the lessons we can learn from the pandemic in terms of how we can strengthen the health systems, make them more resilient. These are probably the two main issues, the data, digital, and how to address the workforce and have a workforce that can be quickly remobilized if necessary to intensive care wards, for example. Okay. One more issue, if I can just bring that up and then I will stop, is I wanted to make a pitch for public health, because I think that the pandemic has shown that the importance of public health, the importance of having a good surveillance system, the importance of testing and tracing, and in many countries around Europe, this was seen wanting because there had not been enough of an investment in the whole public health infrastructure. So I think if we're talking about a healthcare revolution, it's very important that the basics, the nuts and bolts of public health are also given investments. Thank you.
I'd like to bring in Arjan Tour here. Thanks very much, Maya. You have a different kind of overview of what's going on in the health sector, running one of the world's leading health insurance companies in Europe. How big a revolution does it look from where you're sitting?
Yeah, thank you, Robert, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. So maybe a couple of things from my perspective. First and foremost, I think what COVID-19 has done is it has placed health higher on the agenda than it's ever been before. I would argue that's actually a silver lining. I think COVID-19 has served as an ugly but incredibly impactful reminder to all of us how important health really is, right? And if our health is under threat, really nothing else matters. And I think we see that at an individual consumer level, where a lot of people are actively seeking for better health protection and health insurance solutions. We see that at an organizational level, where employers are really stepping up to provide better health solutions to their individual employees. And of course, we see that at the government level, where, as we just heard, there's an increased focus on health and health solutions to try to address not just the fallout from the pandemic, but also going forward, improve our overall resilience. So that's definitely one thing that we're observing. The other thing I would call out is the fact that I think there's a real, call it redefinition of health. So if you think about COVID-19, a lot of people have been directly infected by COVID-19, but many, many more people have been impacted by COVID-19 through increased levels of anxiety, increased levels of stress, loneliness, lack of exercise. People have gained weight, people have fallen out of their normal routines. People have been increasingly worried and are still increasingly worried about their future and their financial future. And that all has a significant impact on people's health and well-being. And one of the annual surveys that Cigna does to understand better how people are viewing their health and well-being clearly highlighted that more than 70% of the people actually feels that their mental health has a significant impact on their overall health and well-being. So going forward, when we talk about health, it's really important that we stop talking about just physical health and the direct threats to people's physical health, but we look at health much more holistically. In Cigna, we call that whole health. And I think that's an important trend for us to recognize and effectively address going forward. The third big change, and this is where I would like to support the comments made by Maya Matthews, is virtual health. So we've seen an incredible increase in the utilization of telehealth, 500% increase over the past year and a half compared to prior to COVID-19. And I absolutely agree with her that that's here to stay. And poses a lot of interesting challenges, but also opportunities for us as an industry around how we fully integrate virtual health into the overall health ecosystem.
Those are all great points, but can I press you on the mental health front? Now, clearly, mental health is a problem not just for people who suffer poor mental health. I mean, it can be very traumatic and unpleasant for them. But it also affects people's productivity, it affects the people around them, it affects their families. So I'm wondering what you're seeing in terms of what's working for people to sort of deal with the isolation. I mean, for some people, the best mental health intervention is clearly vaccination, which doesn't directly affect your mental health, but makes you less frightened of catching the disease. But what else, apart from vaccination, are you seeing that's working, dealing with this fairly new set of symptoms that people are having with COVID-19 isolation?
Yeah, it's a great question, Robert. And as you probably know, we partner with a lot of large employers around the globe, intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, large multinational corporations, but also smaller, medium-sized enterprises. And what we see is that employers play a really, really important role in effectively addressing mental health in the workplace and providing their individual employees with the right level of support. And by the way, employees are increasingly expecting their employers to step up and do just that. So what we see working really well is employers creating an environment, a safe space in which individual employees feel free to talk about mental health, to talk about stress, to talk about burnout, to talk about all these issues that we just mentioned, because that's where it all starts. If we are able to remove the taboo and give people the opportunity to talk about this, that's the first step towards effectively addressing it. Secondly, there's a lot of programs that we put in place in partnership with these employers to make sure that when people do suffer from mental health issues, that they have access to the right care, and that sometimes can be self-help, sometimes it's really about providing access to mental health providers. So I think that's another really important thing that employers need to do to make sure that we tackle this heads on. And then thirdly, we also need to fundamentally rethink the way people work. So if there's one thing that COVID-19 has taught us, it's of course that the physical location that an employee is in is no longer that important. And I think going forward, employees are looking for much more flexible working arrangements, and employers have an important role to facilitate that and move to new ways of working, more hybrid ways of working that give people the opportunity to balance their private priorities and their work priorities in a much more organic way.
Yeah, of course that cuts both ways, doesn't it? Because if you're able to work flexibly, it does mean that it's easier for you to drop the kids off at school, but it also means that your employer can get hold of you at any time, which means you have to be sober all the time. So I'm going to ask some questions about innovation, because I think, you know, when you have a big shock like COVID, it forces people to think in new ways. And I'm going to start with Konstantin. I guess the question is, you know, we've heard a lot about the extraordinary power of mRNA vaccines. Now, they weren't invented because of COVID. That technology was there before, but it really came into people's consciousness with COVID-19. We saw the power of being able to develop a vaccine very fast and very effectively because of that technology. But what are you seeing? What is the concrete innovation that's come to the fore or come to your notice during COVID-19 that you think is most impressive, that people maybe haven't heard of?
Well, thank you, Robert, for this question. It's a great question, but you know, I wouldn't say that mRNA or adenovirus vector, those are the new technologies or innovative technologies that will be used in a really fast pace in the world. You know, for 30 years we have been developing the mRNA technology. Or, for example, the Novavax company from the US that has developed a vaccine with the nanostamps. This technology is 25 years old. And this company is now costs more than $15 billion at NASDAQ, but still, they haven't yet sold not a single bottle of these vaccines. And this was the very first usage of these vaccines that use these technologies on the nanostamps in the world. We cannot speak about this long effectiveness of these vaccines because we never had the really long-term clinic research on that. And speaking about also specific moments of how the cells are going to be taken out of the organisms after the main reaction will be taken. Moreover, it already has been proven that at least 19% of the malicious cells have been created due to the virus-caused activity. So mRNA, and there is a hypothesis like this, that mRNA technology can be a really disruptive breakthrough technology to resolve the problems with cancer, to resolve the oncology problems. And the main companies like Pfizer, the one have created those vaccines for the very first time, they're already working on those technologies in this direction. So basically, I wanted maybe to clearly outline that the COVID-19, it didn't kind of accelerate the process of developing of all those kind of vaccines. The COVID has accelerated the regulatory function. The world have no other chance than to provide those vaccines to the market. Because inactivated vaccines we only had in China, the CoronaVac in China. And I do believe that soon we will receive additional information in what way they happened, why did they have it in China so fast. The inactivated vaccine, where we have either the dead virus cells or the weak virus cells, it can't be created in that fast pace. But let us hope that the mRNA will give a lot of breakthrough for the molecular biology, especially resolving the oncological issues.
Much for that. I'm going to turn to Maya now and ask if you think there are innovations in government or regulation that firstly seem to work and secondly that you think might outlast the crisis. What's the smartest thing you've seen produced in Brussels or elsewhere?
Good question. I mean, I think, as I said and I think Arjan actually said it, I probably should have said it as well, the fact that health is actually risen to the top of the agenda, I think that's actually a big innovation in itself, because I've worked in health and public health for 25 years, and it was never top of the agenda. There were small crises, let's say Ebola, where I was working on that, and for a while everyone felt, okay, this is going to happen. We're going to have a new crisis preparedness that went through the UN, and then unfortunately, a few months later, it was forgotten, and now we've had the big wake-up call that everyone was expecting. So I think in terms of regulation, there needs to be organizational change or regulation. We've seen actually from the EU perspective, we haven't changed everything we've done so far in health has been within our competence, within our treaty. We haven't changed anything, but what we probably have done is been smarter at being more agile, quicker in implementing things, and also trying to, I think there's a lot to be said for just trying to work closer together with member states. I would say that in terms of organizational innovation, I think that's been one of the clearest things, that before there was this huge outcry at the beginning of the pandemic. Why isn't Europe helping? Member states were asking for PPE, and within the EU, we did not have the competence to provide that. We could send vaccines for animals because food and veterinary is part of the single market. We could not do the same for human health. So we had to look very carefully at what we could do and what instruments we could use to bring together resources and then be able to deliver them. And I think the example of the advanced purchase for the vaccines and also the joint procurement that we did for PPE for many member states, that showed that we were able to act with what we had.
Thanks very much. And of course, there was quite a lot of economic policy operating on the healthcare front as well. I mean, the ability of government, certainly in the rich world, to spend unprecedented amounts of money to persuade people to stay at home, to the furlough schemes, and the ways of keeping people's incomes up so that they didn't have to go out and mingle. And we don't yet know what the full effect of that was, but we do know that there are lots of countries in the world where they didn't have the financial wherewithal to do that, and the results have been quite bad in public health terms in places like sort of Mexico, for example, where the death rate, the true death rate, has been very high, certainly much higher than it's been in rich countries. I'm going to ask Thomas a question in a moment about personalized medicine and what we've learned about that, and how it might help us with sort of, COVID-19. But I'm also going to put a question to the audience, the second and final question for the audience to vote on, okay? And this, again, is on your phones, whether you're here or remotely. And the question is whether we will be able to prevent another pandemic without wholesale restructuring of the healthcare sector. So if people would like to vote on that, that will appear on the screen. And while you're voting on that, it's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Will we be able to prevent another pandemic occurring without wholesale change to the health sector? And I'm going to ask Thomas a question while you're doing that. You're an expert on the personalization of medicine, the science of making it so that the treatment is one that suits you as an individual, you as a person, you as a particular body type. How has that field advanced during COVID?
I think, first of all, vaccination does not need much personalized medicine, right? So it works for almost everybody, which is good news.
That's very good news, yes.
That's indeed good news. And personalized medicine hasn't advanced faster during COVID, and also not because of COVID, unfortunately. This is something, the digital piece that has advanced a lot, and we've heard that may help the personalization, because I think ultimately personalized medicine will work together with all the data we have, and we have lots of data. We don't even know how much data we have. We have the machine learning.
We have a lot more than we did a year and a half ago, and a lot of it's in people's phones, and a lot of people are inputting it into those phones in a way they were not before because they realize it's an emergency. So that's got to help, right?
You're spot on. And then the question is, how can we use the data? Because all the data and the machine learning doesn't help. You need a human touch and you need common sense to make sense of it. And I think this is what we have to do in personalized medicine. My favorite example of personalized medicine is the following. 15 years ago, when I was still practicing, I had a person with type 2 diabetes. I was trying to make him inject insulin because the glucose levels were terrible. I had the insulin pen ready. His wife came along and said, oh no, no injections. We agreed on a dog. I said, a dog? What is a dog going to do? I never read about a dog in a textbook. Would you believe it? That dog made that person lose weight. The glucose was the best ever. So since then, I think solutions that are out of the ordinary can make a dog.
A dog, like
wow,
wolf.
wow, a dog.
Wow. Dogs are superior to cats. I mean, if that's proof, right? Excellent. Okay, we've got some answers to this question online. So, gosh, 94% of you think we will not be able to prevent another pandemic without a wholesale change to the health sector. That's a pretty big proportion. I'm going to open it up to questions from the audience. So you can either raise a hand or you can send us the question online. If you raise a hand, I will indicate you and we'll get a microphone to you. So you can do that now if you would like to. Generally, the first people to put their hands up get a question in. Otherwise, I will go to taking one of the ones from down here. Okay, so So one question is that, what do you think are the biggest barriers to innovation in healthcare at the moment? Which of the panelists would like to take that? Konstantin, would you like to take that question? What are the biggest barriers to innovation in healthcare?
You know, with the emergence of COVID-19, I haven't seen that many barriers, but I've seen a lot of opportunities. Because basically 95% in the world, of people in the world, and like all of the TV channels have been spoken about the pandemic, about the new viruses. In Ukraine, the death rate has usually been like that. The first place on death rate was the heart diseases, the cardiovascular diseases. Then we've had the malicious cancer. There was other places that were taking some other deaths. Right now we know that COVID-19 death is second in our death rate. It will be even higher than the cardiovascular deaths in Ukraine. So unfortunately, under the statistics that we have seen in the 9th month of 2021, I think that more than 70,000 people will die just of COVID in Ukraine. So in our situation, I see no barriers for innovation. We have enough money in the sector. All of the companies, all of the startups that we've had, even if they have the minus EBITDA, so they now have a lot of money. There's a lot of money invested into this sector. So I think the biggest limits to that is knowledge. Because people do not have enough knowledge. We do not have enough knowledge. We're not really knowledgeable about everything that's happening. I just want to be understood. I want to be clear about that. The mRNA, the nanostamps that have been already known, but not the FDA, not the MI, none of the regulators have proven them for the market. Those companies have been sold in the exchange. They were worth of $1 billion, but not single authority decided to take this technologies to the market. Technology-wise, nothing has changed, unfortunately. These technologies are not perfect still, but understanding this abnormal situation, this really frightening situation for humanity, they've just managed to take that to the market. I agree to what Arjan Tor has said, that depression and the mental health is right now very important for the people. So the most important innovation from the regulators was actually to provide those vaccines to the markets, and we know there was no other way out to this. But right now, I think that, there's no barriers to innovation right now, and I'm sure that in Ukraine, we currently have the chance to keep on working on those topics. And I can give you an example on BioPharm as well. I'm sorry for being too long, but I think it might be very interesting because it's very good example as well. 5 years ago, we had a lot of international consultants coming to us, the professionals from the European Commission. We had a lot of negotiations with the EU. We had ambassadors coming who have told us you should not build the plant on the blood plasma. You don't have to build up the plasma centers. We only have built those centers in the US, in Germany, in Austria, and in Czech Republic. All of the other, you should build the Red Cross systems, and you should not build the plants that will be able to disseminate blood plasma. We have listened to that and we even agreed to that, but we've still continued building our factory as well. We've invested $200,000. We have created 7 private plasma centers. We collected 250,000 plasma liters. So what happened this year? This year, European grants, the CSI, Grifols, Staccato, Octapharma, Thadrian companies, they have stopped the supply on the albumins and immunoglobulins to Ukraine. They have fully stopped it. The Octapharma has provided $120 per gram for immunoglobulins because in Europe there is the deficiency of this product already. But we have managed to cover this demand by providing the product that is going to be 3 times cheaper. You want to tell me that there's only the demands for Ukraine? No, this thing has happened the same in Belarus, in Kazakhstan, and the same has happened to Uzbekistan as well. We have explained it. I have the meetings with the government of Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Uzbekistan. We have explained them how important this is, and we have explained how, for example, the FDA and EMA has registered the non-Novavax, so how they registered the mRNA vaccines. They've registered our medicines as well, and we've covered the deficiency in Belarus, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan, as well as in Ukraine. Right now, we see the problems with the blood plasma product in Turkey and in other countries as well. I do hope that BioPharma will cover the demand in those countries as well. It is connected to this idea that the overall collection of the blood plasma has decreased by 20%, mostly in the US, because, it covers 75% of all of the blood plasma in the world, and it has fallen down by 25% during the pandemic. What do I mean by that? We have listened to the advice. We have been persuaded with that, but we've continued building our own sector as well. So I do believe there's the only one way for Ukraine to develop in this direction. We should follow our own idea, our own goals. We have shown that the world respects the strong, so we have to invest money into science, build our own research centers, build our own labs. We have to support our young people from the chemistry and biology faculties. We have to stimulate them stay here because we have a lot of space for the breakthrough, for the medical breakthrough, for the breakthrough of technology as well. I'm sure that we can already able in the blood plasma, we're able in the microbiology as well.
Much indeed. Do we have questions from the live audience, or I'm just going to do another one from the virtual audience? If you want to raise your hand, we can get a microphone to you. Okay, there's a lady at the back there. Can we get a microphone to her, please? And we do need the microphone to be there before you ask the question. Is someone giving her a microphone? That's great. Where is... Lovely. If you could just introduce yourself so we know who you are and then ask a question, please.
Lana Sinichkina, Artsinger Law Firm. I'm doing legal consultancy in healthcare sector. Что я хотела спросить?
What I wanted to ask you, maybe I'm going to be slightly out of the topic, especially of the topic of the innovation in the healthcare sector. The one thing that I am personally worried about, that it is really hard for us to promote the increase of the budget for healthcare in Ukraine, because quite recently we had there was no changes for the Ukrainian legislation that will help us to increase the healthcare sector budget support up to 5% of GDP. But still, we're talking about innovation. We're saying that the quality of life in our country directly depends on the level of healthcare. It directly depends. This is the issues of the security of our people, the security of our population. At this very moment, people in Ukraine basically paying for their own health from their own pockets. And this is the difference between Ukraine and any other European country, for example. I have a question based on that. Maybe there is a question to our international speakers as well. How can we... What can we do so that for Ukraine, for Ukrainian political stakeholders, the health of Ukrainian people would be a priority? What can we do about that so that our defense and security office would actually make different decisions, not to limit the advertisement of the medication, but to actually to increase the financial support from the budget for healthcare? Because we believe we can afford that. We have a lot of expenses right now for like construction of the roads, but not to the healthcare. How can we do to persuade?
I can put this to Maya, as you have an overview of how different countries have approached this very difficult question. You know, you want to have better health, but also you don't want to have higher taxes. What works?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's the politics, and so I don't want to go there. I mean, health ministers, just an anecdote that, sorry, I have an echo. Yeah, health ministers are, let's say, they have some of them have like 9 lives. You know, at the moment there are countries, because as you said, we have the overview of countries. There are certain countries that have been through 4 health ministers in the last 18 months. It's a very difficult job because you're always asking for more money. And at the same time, when there are scandals, it's something that's so close to everyone's heart that you're often the one who is, you know, who is fired for that. My advice is basically build the evidence, show the evidence. You know, that's something that politicians can't dispute. You know, show the outcomes, show that if you invest in certain areas, you will get dividends. We've done that from the European Commission, for example, in the area of prevention. Prevention is usually, I mean, about 10, 15 years ago, we did some work where we saw that on average, member states spend 3% of their health budgets on prevention. And maybe we can do a poll and ask the audience, you know, 10 years later, do people think that that figure has changed? And the answer is no. It's oscillated maybe between 4.5, 2.8, but it's still firmly set at 3%. So I think that trying to get countries to invest more in health as a whole is very difficult. Remember that the political cycles are short, and often if there is an investment, it'll go into a shiny new hospital that you can see with the plaque of someone's name. But the issues that we're really working with, which is the sustainability of health systems, which is the long-term access issues. I think that the audience member mentioned the out-of-pocket payments. Those are the really nuts and bolts of how you can have an efficient and accessible and a resilient health system. There you need to build the evidence. You need to have the facts so that you can go to the politicians. You can show that, you know, it's really important to have that. I would say for me that would be one area that you could try to build on.
Okay, great. So you want to say something specifically about Ukraine, right? Go for it.
I know that you made this question for our international guests, but you know, I live in this country, I pay taxes, and I pay lots of taxes as a head of the plant. You know, Ukraine provides $5 billion. This is slightly more than 3% of Ukrainian GDP. But I will give you another example, maybe from Biopharma, that illustrate that. We have a Dnipro blood transition station that is mostly municipally owned. They have 700 people working, and it provides 6,000 liters of plasma per year. In our private plasma center, we have 80 people working. We also provide 6,000 kilos for 4 weeks, in 4 weeks. So before you're actually, before we have to choose what to do with all of those loopholes before we invest a lot of. We can give 5%, 10%, but we have to make the structural change to make the system effective. I would like to give you another Ukrainian example. In Ukraine, we have two sectors of healthcare that for 100% been privately owned. The first is the dentist services, and the quality of the dentist services in Ukraine in some cases is sometimes even better than the European dentistry, and even better than in the US, because I have a lot of people coming to Ukraine to cure their teeth, and we have hundreds, thousands of people who are working there, and no one will go to the state clinics to make their teeth done. The second story for Ukraine is the reproductive medicine. The technologies have started to be developing after the Soviet Union outbreak. We already have private clinics on reproductive medicine. We have people from Europe and Asia coming here. They're working with extracorporeal pregnancies, and we have a lot of sectors. There are absolutely private healthcare sectors. So the faster we step out of populism, the faster we starting using these populistic mottos, the sooner everything will get on its places. We should not search for the easy solutions. We have to work hard. And even the questions of providing the artificial lung ventilation in the 2020, the issues of vaccine supply to Ukraine, the issues of the target medicines for treating the oncological diseases that cost at least 1.5 million for 3 months. It only gives us the understanding that we have to manage our problems on our own. Only the strong will be talked to.
In the live audience, like to raise a hand and ask a question. Otherwise, I'm going to go with one of the virtual ones, which is a couple of people have asked, given that women have borne more of the burden of COVID-19 than men have, and there's been in some places a change in priorities of healthcare to really sort of focus on that. This is a question for Arjun, I think, because you have a broad overview of what's going on. Firstly, do you think that the response, particularly for women, has been adequate? And secondly, do you think it can be sustained as the pandemic recedes?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Robert. And I would like to start where Maya Matthews left off when she started to talk about prevention, and I'll get to your question in a moment. But one of the things I believe we've not spent enough time on, not just today, but over the past year and a half, is to talk about resilience. You asked the question to the audience, right? How do we prevent the next pandemic, or how do we prepare ourselves for that? The reality is we have to improve the resilience. And if you look at the people that have been most impacted by COVID-19 over the past 18 months, we all know that those are mainly the people with underlying medical conditions, right? People that are most vulnerable. And many of these are non-communicable diseases. And again, that's not a new topic. We all know that that's on the rise across the globe. And that's really now come back to bite us from an impact perspective if you think about the global pandemic. And what I'll ask myself and the others on the panel is, so how much are we actually doing to improve that structural issue of resilience so that when there is a next pandemic, and unfortunately that's one of the few things that all experts seem to agree on, that there will be a next pandemic, we are much better prepared. So despite all the important conversations about vaccinations and social distancing and all of those things, at the end of the day, if we become healthier as a population, we will become less vulnerable for future pandemics, right?
Okay, great. So, I mean, we're going to come back to that in just 1 second. And if you can answer the women question, I'm going to ask everyone to come up with their best ideas for how we can be better prepared for the next pandemic. But women first.
Yeah, so the short answer to your question is no. I don't think that we've done enough to specifically address the challenges that women have faced and are still facing when it comes to COVID-19. We need to go back to the social determinants of health and really understand why it is that certain people are less likely to be healthy and therefore more resilient than others. And that's what we have to address. And that's a much bigger and more complex conversation than just finding another vaccine or solving for the short-term issues that COVID has created.
Okay, so let's go to the big question. How to prevent the next pandemic. Thomas, would you like to go first on that? What's the one big thing that we should be doing?
That's a very tough question, and I'm not sure I can answer it, but I'm going to give it a try. We may not be able to prevent the next pandemic, but we can probably do better. And I agree very much with more healthy behavior. Prevention, when I heard that, right, I was smiling because I think prevention is the key. It doesn't give you short-term benefits, but people's lives get so much better, and that improves the resilience. So with a healthier population, you are in much better shape to prevent the pandemic. Concretely, I think there's one piece that always bothers me. Perfection is in the way. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. And the regulators have been good, and the European Union and some governments, they relaxed a little bit with their rules because we are aiming for perfection when we look at healthcare. We don't need perfection, we need progress. We need to make sure we guarantee safety and we look at patient benefits, but we do not need perfection. You cannot exclude the uncertainty. It's the human body, right? One of the most wonderful miracles in the world. So perfection is in the way, in my opinion. It's progress, not perfection that we need.
Okay, so you mean that the drug approvals process should be faster? Is that what you're saying?
That could be one of the conclusions. And for vaccines, it was exactly true, yeah.
I mean, it was pretty fast. But, if you went for perfection with a COVID-19 vaccine, if you said, let's have one where there is zero chance of any bad side effects on anyone, then you'd have no vaccine and lots of people would die. So, there's a trade-off between speed, effectiveness, and, side effects. Let's have Maya. What do you think is the big thing that we need to do to minimize the next pandemic?
Yeah, I think that, as the other speakers have said, it's a huge question, but I'd maybe like to touch on something that hasn't already been talked about, and that's the importance of intersectoral working. I mean, this is called a healthcare revolution, but it's so important that all the different parts of the government and other stakeholders are involved. I think that's the only way. You can't compartmentalize a crisis. What we saw in the European Union was that, the minute the virus started transmitting, then all other areas of our lives were also impacted, from the rail, the transport across borders when borders started closing. So I think that to really prepare, it has to be a cross-country, cross-government approach. I think that's the only way that we're, from the research labs level to have very good alert systems, to how we deal with schools and children and education. I really think that we need to think much bigger. We have to be even more revolutionary in our approach.
Okay, there was a question there in the audience, so I'm going to go to the gentleman there. Okay, if you could say who you are and...
Yeah, thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I always think, have we made a mistake at the beginning of pandemic? Because, yes, vaccination is a solution. It's an important solution for this fight against COVID-19. But at the same time, antiviral tablets, because we are talking about RNA virus. It is always mutating. Always we have to develop vaccines. We have to modify the vaccines and so on. It will go on like this. So here, nobody is talking about antiviral tablets and other type of solution to this problem. To my mind, sometimes I think, have we made a mistake at the beginning? We too much concentrated on vaccine development, ignoring the antiviral other solution like tablets or whatever. Right now, we are hearing from some Pfizer company and others that they are developing such tablets. My question is for Mr. Thomas. Thank you.
Okay. This is a very good question, and I think yes and no, because we need both, in my opinion. We need the vaccines because they prevent the viral infection, or at least, decrease the severity once you are infected with the virus. So that makes a lot of sense. But you need also the antiviral treatments, which is symptomatic treatment. Yeah? And both together, I think, provide a much better solution. And there's many companies working on these, right? There's things that have been used for other, diseases that have an antiviral effect. We don't have the perfect symptomatic treatment against the virus when it's there, so I think we need both. So therefore, there's no easy yes or no answer. Have we forgotten something? Did we do something wrong? But indeed, it's a very good question. We need both, in my opinion.
Okay. Are there any more questions from the audience? Yes, there's a lady in the middle there. If you can get a microphone to her, please.
Thank you. I have a question to Konstantin, because basically right now, at this very moment, the issue of vaccines is very important and relevant. And in Ukraine, we have a lot of people who doesn't support vaccination at all. We have a lot of vaccines that have to be done annually. For example, the vaccines around against flu, for example, and the coronavirus vaccines as well are not being trusted. Do you believe that this lack of trust is in some way can be explained in Ukraine with the lack of the research that we've had, or should we increase the level of trust to the state and to vaccination overall? Thank you. Well, thank you very much. It's a good question considering Ukraine, but we don't have, that's not the trust that we do not have. We do not have knowledge about that. When in March 2020, the country has been on the lockdown, and we had a very harsh limitations, even in the publications, like, for example, big net publications like Ukrainska Pravda we had these articles that's on the pack of shrimps that has been carried with a minus 50 degrees environment, the coronavirus will still live. It is against the nature of what virus is. Virus does not exist outside the cell. So basically, any kind of RNA virus can survive without the body, without the cell, no longer than a minute. If the viruses could survive the temperature minus 50 on the pack of shrimps, the humanity would never survive. So, there is a joke on Facebook that there are people who believe that the vaccination is going to change their DNA. They should consider it a chance to become better. So basically, if we have to learn, we have to educate people. We need to have good level of education. That's it. I'll give you an example from what I know from our businesses as well, and from biopharma thing. That's a very simple topic that is known to the Western Europe, USA, and all of the educated world. The rhesus conflict. When the rhesus negative woman expecting a baby, there is a 17% of probability that she will have a rhesus conflict with the baby. It will not be possible if her husband is the father of the child is rhesus negative as well. 50% of Ukrainian women, they do not receive the anti-rhesus, anti-globulin, but this will help us to resolve this issue completely. That's because of the lack of awareness in our country. We lose around 100 children that either are being born dead or either not being born at all because they have the gynecological diseases in Ukraine. Part of those children, those are the children who will have disability till the end of their life, and some of those children that have been born, they're going to have also the delay in development, and the parents will not understand why their child do not talk till age of 5. So this is because of lack of awareness and knowledge. So the question here in vaccination is not about trust. Is about education, the basic education. We used to, calculate how we used to calculate the perimeter of basically of any kind of figure. Then we used to know how to do that. But right now, our education only gives you the different colors to different shapes. Right now, I do believe that sometimes people do not understand the elementary things. I would also like to reflect on the question on antiviral treatment. We don't have the real antiviral treatment tablets in the world. We only can cure the symptoms, as my colleagues have said. The paracetamol, whatever you called it, Fervex, Coldrex, they're just paracetamol. That's it. So right now we don't have those antiviral treatment except for the symptoms. So right now, the most effective treatment for that is vaccination and prevention. And those pandemic as COVID is, we will never be able to prevent them or forecast them, because we can only respond to what we know and only respond to what we know that we don't know. But we cannot respond to something that we're not even aware of. We do not know what kind of a black swan can land in our playground.
Almost out of time, so I'm going to give almost the last word to Arjan, and I wondered what your go-away thought is on how we can deal with pandemics better.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. So from my perspective, what's really important is that we focus on resilience, as I already mentioned, and improving the resilience. And for us to be able to do that, we have to effectively address some of the underlying issues that have come to the surface through COVID-19. So when we think about overall health and well-being, and it's kind of ironic that in a way the lockdowns that we've experienced in many countries have done the opposite, right? We've told people to stay inside, not to move around too much, not to be too active, whereas we've potentially should have encouraged people to be out more, to be more exercising, to be more active, because those are ultimately the things that are going to help us structurally and longer term. So what I think we need to do, and that's also very much to the point that Maya Matthews made, is we need to start to break down the barriers between governments, companies, employers, payers and healthcare providers, and really start to work together much better to try to address this larger underlying health crisis that we're still faced with. And I'll finish where I started. The fact that health is now higher on the agenda than ever before creates a fantastic opportunity to do that. There's a high health awareness. People are willing to engage on this important topic. So this is the right time to really put the focus on improving our overall resilience by improving health and well-being overall.
Thanks very much. So I'll end it there with just one thought, which is that the virus, like all viruses, it reproduces much faster than people do, and that's bad. That gives it a huge advantage over us. But I think the discussion we've had today highlights the fact that human beings think a lot faster than viruses do, and that's what gives us the advantage in the fight against them. They, of course, don't even know they're in a fight. We have the ability to, when we're hit with a big problem, to think about new ways of resolving it, and eventually, even the people who resist science catch up and start taking their vaccines, we hope. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much to my distinguished panelists, to Konstantin, to Thomas, to Maya, and to Arjan, and to our sponsors, UFuture. And thank you all very much, the audience, both the people who came here and the people who are watching in the four corners of the world. Thanks very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Goodbye.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen,